or something like this. In fact, there's like a dualistic moment of it. There's like probably social responsibility capitalism, and then there's probably socialism, well, socialist democracy, social democracy, and then you'll have the straight social. So you'll have pure capitalism, pure socialism. Then they become a dualistic moment of social democracy and capitalist social responsibility, which are the same thing just from opposite positions. And then you get the sublation of those two into communism, which is supposed to be the proper proportionality of the becoming of socialism and communism in ratio to each other in the right proportions. And if you go to a courthouse is all about proportionality. Justice is proportions. If you give too severe of a punishment, then the judgment is seen as unjust. But if you give too lax of a punishment, then it's also seen as unjust. So in the end, a judgment is usually between two parties, defendants and plaintiffs, over an action. And so the damage.
Definitely thinking about the symbol of judges, which is the scale.
Exactly. Measuring. Measuring the proportions. And a scale is about proportionality, right? It's like, well, how much gold in proportion to how much lead? And then you set the scale and you try and balance it so you get the right weights, right? So that's exactly what we're doing with the economy right now is we're finding what the copula is in terms of economics, and we're creating a new relational structure. Like all we're doing, Marlena, is I'm getting ideas on how do you combine resources better to do more with less, to emerge more time compression or more value with the objects that we have in our possession. Right now, let's say we have 3 objects. They're in this configuration, and you get about 5 units of time compression. But some genius comes along and says, hey, I have an idea. They have a logic behind the idea. And they say, what if we actually change the structure of these 3 things and put the 3 things in this structure like that? Then all of a sudden you get 50 units of time compression. Same objects. That's just a change in relation. That's technically what the absolute is that everything is already present. It's just not manifested yet. It's already in potentia. All we have to do is find these ideas that unlock that. That's what a government is. And a government is just supposed to redistribute those divine idea values back to the inputs that made them. So that's all I'm doing now. And I'm thinking this is a very serious thing. If we map out all the little objects that we have in the one world spirit economy, you, me, Sudeepa, Uswa, San, all these guys, and we say, okay, we're paying you guys $3 an hour, which is above your cost of living by like whatever amount. So technically we have a surplus of this much value in your life. Can you pay this forward to Marlena by sending her how much produce do you make? And they can say, well, this produce, we in our local markets we mark it up by like 70%, and we're making a pretty big margin on that. And then we can say, okay, funnily enough, that's exactly how much money Marlena needs to save for her to get paid fairly. So could you guys ship that over here so she can get paid equal to what you're getting paid in the real economy, like real goods and services, real calculus, right? Real ratios of real goods and services per unit time. And they might say, well, yes, but we're destroying the environment by shipping this stuff over, and we don't want to encourage big shipping containers anymore. So they might say, we actually have Pareto category number 2. We have social connections in the city that Marlena is in, and it would be cheaper for them to drive from the farm there and deliver the produce directly to her free, if she's willing to work for this amount of money, equal to their amount of money, right? $3 an hour. So on paper, you guys look like you're being paid the same, right? It's a real equality, but now you're getting these extra goods and services. And if we factor in the extra goods and services, then we would create our own international dollar, like a spirit dollar. And the spirit dollar would be the real, not just equality, not abstract equality, Hegel calls it, but real justice, real proportionality. And that's the inner game. adjusted for Pareto categories, adjusted for everything. And then I think we're going to start to unlock flow state and authenticity, and then you don't have to be afraid of being who you are. You can shine like a star. You got beautiful body, big boobs, big butt, show it off, right? Not necessarily in the porn way, but in an appreciative way. That's God's gifts to you. And oh, you have really good social connections, show it off. Be a celebrity, shine. Or you have a lot of money, you have a lot of beauty, you have a lot of singing, you have a lot of IQ, right? Capitalism encourages you to shine like the star. Entrepreneurship, shine if you got those things. So we're going to be more capitalist than capitalist, but we're going to be more socialist than socialist, and then the proportionality between them, we're going to be more communist than communist. And that's the genuinely infinite calculus that I'm trying to figure out here with you. I'm making a big splash on Reddit too, by the way. It'd be good if you were on there with me. So so put your mind to the test, more like what would, huh?
Send me the link.
It's on our Hegel, whichever one that is. Or how do I send you a link here? How do I send Reddit links to you?
Usually there's a little share option from your own post.
Oh, from my post. Okay. This other guy. Yeah, this other guy. But he's in response to mine. So you know what? I wonder if we could. Yeah, I think I saw it here. I'll share it, but maybe what we can do is start mapping out resources. And like, what resources would you be able to share with the freelancers that you think could be valuable to them? And then we can start putting like costs. Like we're just doing normal business now, but we're doing it in a different sort of way, like barter and trade in a way. And you still have to pay taxes on barter and trade. I found out. Ooh, I wanted to eat one more thing um, before I actually put fully on the hunger strike. Oh, here we go. Oh, can I share this? Okay, I'm going to try and share their post so they can do that. So I'm going to share it. Okay, it's in the chat link. So if we start getting people mapping out what they actually have to offer, then I can start to build an economy and saying, okay, let's wheel and deal. What can we actually do to get people in here working full time and having their basic needs met? So we could say, Sudeepa, what do you have to offer? If we could save Marlena a bunch of money, how could we do that? And then Marlena, what could you do to help time compress with Sudeepa? And then go to San and we say, San, what do you have to give? And then to Noir and then Uswa and if we did that with just us 10, just us, me, you, and the freelancers, and Joe maybe even, we could say, we could brainstorm together in the wisdom teams and we could say, okay, what is the best possible way to spend our resources compared to how the current economies that we're in would spend them? And by just saying, hey, what if we did this? What if we did that? What if we gave Marlena this? What if we gave San this? What if we give Sudeepa this? What if we did that? What if we did this? And we came up with the calculation. We said, wow, we would actually generate, 13 times more time compression than if we would have just went along with our sick and toxic government economies in the normal way of logic. That's the metric that we need to develop, which is really just research and development, innovation, and profit. That's what profit is. But it's not abstract profit, concrete profit. So the big thing is we need people to be vulnerable and saying, what resources do you really have to give? Well, no. Like it even comes down to your social capital, your credit, right? All the categories. So if you have decent enough credit, right, you can take out credit cards, and you can go to your bank and say, how much of a loan can you take out? And so Uswa, and then might say, hey, look, let's say, or even Sudeep or somebody, or San could say, hey, look, Marlena, my church needs to rebuild their furnace or something, or their aqueducts, or their faucets, or something like that. And they could say, if you gave us a $10,000 loan this week, we have somebody offering us a special deal that ends at the end of this week. If you gave us a $10,000 loan and we got this thing built, then we could pay you back by having technically 5,000 congregation members do 20,000 blessings for Mark to keep him alive, which will save his sister $50,000, which means that we've, in total, between me, you, my sister, we've saved 40 grand. So then my sister would pay you back your 10 grand plus another 5,000, let's say. And we're still saving 35 grand. Like, those kinds of combinations are what we're looking for. So think outside the box, right? Now, the only thing that comes into this is risk, right? Like, what's the chances we give this money to the church in Kenya and we actually get the blessings? Because a lot of people in the church might say, well, no, we're absolutely not going to do this. Well, he could go to the church and say, you guys, in one Sunday, we're going to sit down in our big mega church and we're just going to videotape 5,000 of us doing these videos. Or 20 or 30 people doing, like, or 100 people doing 28 videos or whatever. Or even coming in here and learning the flow rules. We'd have proof that the videos are done. So then giving the loan would be no risk. The risk would be to them spending like a couple of hours doing the videos, which is not a very big risk. Oh. Right, so um, that's what I'm thinking. Those are the miraculous level of combinations where, when we're really honest, we actually have a lot more resources than we think. But people play these economic games, right? They don't want to tell people their real resources because then people can predict their actions. And if they feel vulnerable, they can be gamed. So there's a thing in economics where people not knowing your situation is an economic advantage. Um, because you can play down that you don't have anything. The more you can anchor low, the more that you can anchor the decision in your favor, right? Because as soon as people know that you have $1 million, let's say, they treat you like you have $1 million, and then they might normally ask you for, hey, in normal circumstance, if you were making normal wages, they'd say, well, you pay me $7 an hour, I'm happy. But if they know you have $1 million, they might say, well, pay me $100 an hour, you can afford it, right? And then it becomes a personal thing where it's like, oh, you have the money, but now you don't want to pay me because now you are making a personal statement that I'm not worth it. And then it turns into acrimony and it turns into resentment and all this type of stuff. So that's why the wealthy, the really smart wealthy, or have something called stealth wealth, where they don't show or flaunt their wealth because they don't want people coming to them and treating them any different. So if we had an economy here where people had the inner game and we approximated and we factored in all these things, then people would feel safe in opening up their real resources. And there's a lot more money around here than people let on, right? Because they don't trust other people. There's a lot more money here. There's millions of dollars around me and you right now, Marlena. Millions. Money's not the problem. Trust is the problem. Right? So if we create a pricing system that was fair and justified with the Pareto categories, then that's the mechanism that would get the wealthy, like my sister and like everybody else, Joe, everybody else, to actually say what the real resources are. And then, because when we start bartering trading those resources, they know they're not going to get screwed. So, for example, my sister's quite wealthy, but she went to school for 15 years and sacrificed 15 years being in school all the time, working residency for 5 years in these crappy 36-hour shifts. And then she lost all her youth and now she has to have a child right away. They don't get any time to enjoy their time off, right? It's just brutal. So every dollar we take from my sister, if you factor in all the
Yeah, I'm just
education,
thinking about how healthcare workers are oftentimes very unhealthy.
yeah, suicide rates are 3 times higher in residency. So they did a calculation between teachers and doctors, and they found out that it comes down to the same hourly wage by the time you die. Or no, comes down to the same hourly wage until you're 50, and then the doctors get much more money. So like you're old, you know you have time to, it's like you're old. It's like what are you gonna do with all this money now? And in some sense, it's a protection to our economy.
I never understood working towards a housing requirement like in old age in the first place. It's like, how the heck are you gonna live? You're just gonna die in your house.
Yeah, but in some sense, that's why it's kind of protecting of our society because the elderly realize this and they don't blow it on a bunch of wasteful stuff. They actually invested in their kids, they invested in their grandkids, they invested in property to make property better. So in some ways, it's better for society overall.
But it's not going towards like the communal. It's going towards their offspring, or their friends. We're just
Yeah,
it's not that that's inherent bad, but it's not like collective enough in the sense that it then makes some people have advantages because they have that versus advantages for not having that.
exactly. I'm not saying it's ideal. I'm just saying it's better than having a bunch of young people blow it on weed, for example, right?
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Or traveling or whatever. But you want the young, if the young actually have experiences in the right way, it actually does generate more economic activity because they come away with more diverse experiences, better ideas, more culturedness, all
Yeah,
that.
I mean, if I didn't travel, I wouldn't have done the ski resort jobs. I mean, marina jobs and worked in Yosemite and like it's not like those jobs paid well, but those jobs gave me much more value than just the pay. Right? It was the travel that was the value and the learning and the exposure to other cultures and people and credo categories and all that.
Exactly. So that's basically
And
exactly.
finding out first and foremost that I actually can. It is possible for me to live not depressed. It's in a different environment.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why we don't want to starve people from their actual being young and having good experiences. That's another thing that's getting chopped off. Like if I would have been able to
Yeah, that's
travel the
getting
world,
really chopped up. But like, oh my gosh.
well, not really, Marlena. Like think
Well,
about.
it depends on like it depends on again if you have family that supports you or not in those things.
Well,
Because
no,
a lot of trust fund kids are like much more able to like be ease free in their 20s and like explore their interests, and then I find that they do naturally find their way into their own like business, like whatever, like selling clothes, sewing clothes, art, whatever, or like whatever business, right? But they have that like cushion of like they don't have that stress that gives them anxiety, that like they have more clarity therefore and more time, like more to like just naturally grow into those roles. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, that's what everyone should be striving for, but other people are not afforded that same like lack of stress, especially economically, right? In that time, in their 20s, I'd say usually, typically, sometimes 30s, sometimes younger too. But
yeah, exactly. But in terms of like what your generation is going through, nothing compared to some other generations in terms of the actual material goods and services that you have. Everything that's happening to
yeah,
us is like social, right? Oh, you don't get a house, you don't get, but your basic needs, the fact that you get to travel more than almost any other generation, like you've already traveled more than your parents probably have, right? Or their parents probably have.
yeah,
Like in some sense, you've had like 4 or 5 times the exposure and the life experiences that they've had, and the education too. So you're actually way better off that way. But in terms of security, in terms of having a staple in the economy for the long term, yeah, no housing, debt, all those types of things. Yeah, this generation is getting screwed over big time. So you're getting a better experience in terms of like all these other things, but in terms of power, you're getting screwed over big time. So am I actually.
Yeah,
So
there's like no people owning a home anymore.
yeah, and like in some sense it might be natural because the government's supposed to be helping us solve that anyway. It is supposed to be an organism. It's kind of like we have a bunch of cancerous tumors around profiteering off of all these things that are supposed to be utilities, and that's because it is too individualistic. We do have all these
So
monopolies.
the government essentially is supposed to be like in everything.
Yeah, right. Even in terms of business, right? Even with Hegel, you're supposed to have businesses where you get autonomy and you get to run your business, but it's within the bounds of the government. That's what regulation is. But we don't have a global government, which is why it's flying. The cancer is flying off. It's like rampant metastasization, right? It's like if a cancer in your body knew that its rapid expansion would eventually kill the body and then kill it too, it would probably restrain itself and stop growing so fast. But a virus is blind, right? It doesn't know how to survey the whole body. It just keeps growing until it covers the whole body, and then the body dies, and then all of a sudden there's no regenerative nutrients, and then all of a sudden it can't feed off of anything, and then the cancer dies too. That's what's happening to us. We literally can't see the whole body of the earth, and we're just expanding like freaking crazy, as if it's going to continue forever. And then when the soil is gone, and the water is poisoned, and everything is tainted, and we can't eat anything, then we die all at once.
You cannot eat money. Oh no.
Yeah, exactly. So,
What that made me think of, like backtracking a little bit to what you were saying just before this point was, I guess like what it, how I, three things came to mind: trust, lies, and truth, and or radical honesty, I should say. So like, how are you going to get people to trust each other enough to be radically honest and not lie? And I guess like, what's the accountability system for lies? And also like, because lies can come from so many different places, right? It could be a more egoic thing, or it could be like an unconscious lie that's like
well,
subconsciously affecting you, or whatever, right? And it could be more, like I don't know, like but this is like relying on radical
yeah.
honesty, right?
Well, it's relying, yeah, exactly, because lying in the economic sense is fraud. That's all that is. So, what builds trust? Well, a vow of abandonment. The only reason why people lie is because they're afraid of being abandoned in some way, shape, or form. So,
Or losing their freedom.
well, that's what happens is when you are uh, freedom and boundaries are linked, right? When you're abandoning somebody, you're causing them to feel unfree. So even like when you're with somebody that you love, you feel very free. When you're alone by yourself, you get lonely. You feel very unfree. You're free in an abstract sense, right? You can do whatever you want. Nobody's telling you what to do, but you're lonely. You want to be around other people, right? Your mind actually melts down. Like you actually start becoming feral if you don't have somebody to reflect off of. And that's why in that movie, Castaway, huh?
Oh, I love Castaway. Wilson.
Yeah, that's where he starts talking to the beach ball as to try and get the dialectical moment, but it's not an animate being, right? So you need reflection with another being to develop yourself. And that's why children that get raised by animals and dogs and feral children, they don't develop their cognitive capacities to the same as actual developed humans. And Hegel says that. Hegel says that there is no consciousness without two people, or two entities, two equals that are battling it out. And then you get master-slave dialectic.
Yeah, we went through that with in existentialism class. We went through that meticulously, master-slave dialectic, and positing the self versus other, and that you have to recognize the other in order to be conscious. Like that.
Yeah, exactly. So being around people is the ultimate kind of freedom if you do it in the right way. So that's why the social category is so important. So basically, this is what we need to do. Is I've already done all this stuff to build maximal trust, right? Like we're in such a toxic situation. You could be Mother Teresa, you could be Gandhi, you could be Jesus Christ himself coming down here, and people wouldn't recognize you, right? I'm taking saintly divine vows, and I'm still being destroyed by all these narcissistic, egotistical, addicted, out of control, viral humans, right? I'm being blamed for doing a saintly thing by people who are obese, probably gonna get cancer, cranky, backbiting, gossipy, right? Like they got all the bad vices and they're so lost they're projecting it onto me. The guy who's a vegan sitting in a basement sold all his stuff, 100 grand worth of stuff already, took the vow of abandonment, isn't eating, is in the Supreme Court case, spending thousands of hours looking at law rather than going and having fun, but in a superficial sense. I don't get to see my family as much. I don't get to travel. I don't have a car. I don't get to fly. I don't get to do all these types of things. And I'm the one that's mentally ill. I'm the one that has the wrong facts. When I'm studying Harvard, MIT, the guys who are building AI, my facts are sound. I'm studying Nobel Prize winners. I'm looking at all the news sources. I have dialectical reasoning. Right? It's so backwards what's happening. So if I can't pull it off by doing this Messiah level role, then it's like almost like, well, no one else can. That's why we're flying off the cliff. So the way we build trust is what I'm doing now. And we set the example and we give people sacred time. We empower them to be heard. Because there's one Harvard psychologist woman that I was talking to, and she got mad at me again. This woman's a little bit of a a little bit of a totalitarian. She's really spoiled in her Pareto categories potentially, but she's still really wonderful in how open she tries to be. She was saying that the number one thing that all her clients came to her over 30 years to say was they wanted to be heard. And I read that in a bunch of other literature too. So when they come into an ELM like this, they're going to be heard in a fair way. And then the guy who's leading it took the vow of abandonment and actually knows how to explain it with sublation and a universal logic. So you can do it too. Clear. And live the vow. So I'm not just making it up to manipulate people. I've been this way for decades. Right? So I walk the talk. I have the reputation and the credibility to say that I have a saintly Messiah-like past. Right? I've been giving my whole life.
How do you like embody? Because I think that's where I'm stuck the most. Is like logically I can know some things or whatever, but embodying it and being, sublating that into my like living is where I'm struggling, and obviously a lot of people too. But
Well, it just comes down like how much have you helped Marlena?
not enough.
Like genuinely, like how much resources have you spent on the poor in the last 5 years?
I mean, I give a lot of my spare change away, and sometimes give food away to like any homeless people I see. But that's about. And we have done like one Christmas, instead of giving presents to each other, we built like backpacks full of supplies and gave them to homeless shelters. But like I said, not enough.
Like in the last five, like it's not enough to say not enough. It's like we're talking about proportions here. So it's like how much do you think in the like did you do the backpack thing in the last 5 years, or was this like childhood thing like 10 years ago as a moral lesson?
It was, I don't know if it was 5 years ago, but it was less than 10 years ago.
So it's probably a
But I don't
childhood
know.
thing. So in the last,
It wasn't.
what's that?
I said I wasn't a child, but I can't remember when it was. I think I was in college sometime.
Okay, so what I'm saying in your adult years, which is like roughly the last 5 years, let's say since you're 21-ish, how much have you done, not your family, but you personally as an individual?
Yeah, like I said, giving away spare change.
Exactly, but I want to know, estimate how much is that spare change adding up to? Do you think in the worst case, in the higher end?
In 5 years, probably like, I don't know, $200. Really not enough. Again.
$200 is a lot more than most people, so I'm not even sure if $200 that's a pretty high amount. but it's still nothing for 5 years, right? That's still, over 5 years,
I'm
it's
giving away
20
like
bucks.
$5 to $10 at a time to a person. So and it's whenever I see a person and whenever I have like cash on me. So it's
So,
yeah.
exactly. So in terms of the dollar amount, it's higher than maybe some other people, but in terms of the time you put into that, it's nothing, because you didn't go out of your way to spend that money. So you spelled it's like as easy as you possibly can to give away that money. It's not like you
Yeah,
drove
exactly.
halfway out of town to give that $5 or $10 to somebody.
Exactly.
So it's like literally the absolute minimum effort you could probably make to still make you
Yeah.
feel like you're a good person. So you're pretty much doing it to make yourself feel good and not actually to help the poor person.
I wouldn't say that, but it's more. It's like because I've asked like it's I genuinely want to help them. And, like I see them struggling, and I'm like, I have the spare money, I have the privilege. Let me give this to them. It's not like, oh, it's making me feel better. Like yes, it does, I guess, but it's not because of that. I feel I actually feel worse that I can't do more in that moment because it's usually like they're standing at traffic stops, like at or red lights most of the time. So it's like, oh, the traffic flow is like, oh, I gotta go. But usually, if I get a chance, I try to like ask them like, what do you need the most right now? What would help you the most right now? And I try to ask those kind of questions. And oftentimes it's like food, money, but some in the winter it's things like sleeping bags or gloves, or but they said also sleeping bags get stolen, or bigger things get stolen more frequently. So I like was trying to think like what could I actually give to them, like like the people that aren't being helped by the homeless shelters that are still homeless. Those are the people I think I'd want to help the most. The ones that are like out and about, like just out everywhere, right? And and also like the guy that got fired from my job for the sexual harassment that's now begging in front of the store, basically, or in the shopping center, on a walking, or sometimes he has a walker, sometimes he doesn't. And I don't know truly the situation there, but like I've I've thought about going up to him too and just being like how do we talk this out? Like do you like how do we sublate this, because we obviously had a tension and contradiction that led to this, and like I don't want you to be in this position, and I feel like it's to some degree my fault even though it's your doing and you're wrong doing, but like also it could have been an ignorance thing out of him for doing that, like a lack of knowing the proper social things. Maybe that's what how other coworkers were starting to say, like frame it in terms of that's how he was very like socially off, and therefore people misinterpreted things. But he was to the level of like he brought me to the bathroom and he was like, "Ooh," like or to show me in quotes how to change the paper towel dispenser, and then he's like, "Ooh, we're both alone in the bathroom now. That's weird." And like think like very, I would say like I would I would not be comfortable with that by anyone, right? But it's like if I know that that person is not like mentally cognitively capable of understanding that that's wrong, that does change the dynamic for sure. Like if I were in a psych hospital and a psych patient did that to me, I feel like there's such a different power differential just set up automatically, not that I would feel different um about that. But like that feels weird to me. But like what I'm saying is like I do like I got stuck in the position of like I want to give these people these things, but I don't know what the best thing is to give them, and also I need to like figure out how to coordinate my money because I'm in debt, right? But I can still manage to scrape up some extra spending, whatever, for them, obviously, and I would want to. And winter is coming, so like it wouldn't be ideal to give them winter stuff now necessarily, but soon. And like that's I think the most brutal time in this area is winter for sure. And I want to do more, but I get stuck in this like executive dysfunction land of like I don't know what to do. It feels so overwhelmingly big that I collapse instead of again. This is the same problem with me being like I collapse into like inaction rather than get spurred into action. It's the exact thing I don't want to happen is happening, and it's like the opposite of like being spurred into the actions.
Yeah, and ultimately, it's because you want to be comfortable. So the answer you gave is a little bit better than a lot of people, but it's because you have a lot more privilege than some people, right? So your Pareto categories are probably allowing you to give a little bit more in a less bitter way than other people because you have social justice kind of parents. But really, the answer you gave is that no, you're not living a saintly lifestyle. You're doing the absolute bare minimum to think you're a good person so that you don't feel like you're going to hell.
No, no, that's exactly not what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't feel like a good person because I'm not doing enough.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
but
I'm
even
like a
even
good
even
person.
what even what you are doing is to try and feel that way. Is to try and feel like you are a good person. And it's not like that's what everybody's doing, and they rationalize, well, I wish I could do more. The problem is too big. Well, any divine master or saint faced the exact same personality. And they said, I don't care. I'm going to go and do something real anyway. They took a risk. So if you really cared
That's
about
where I
that
get
person that
stuck.
you
That's
proved
what I'm
on the
saying.
money,
That's where I get stuck on the
right?
executive dysfunction
Not
part. Is
really.
like,
This
so
I think
we're
this is an
doing
ex.
the real
I think
thing.
it's an
Like, what is
excuse.
the real thing to do? Like, what
The
what
re-
is the real
the
thing?
real
Because like
thing is this: you should have went to that
that
homeless
I
man.
that I agree with. But then it's like, well, if I like, what do I do still? What's
You
like
got to
the
get
homeless
uncomfortable,
community?
right? That's it.
Yeah,
You just got
okay,
to get a
but
little
that's the thing.
uncomfortable.
So like, what do I do with the homeless people in my community on top of this?
So what you
So
do
like,
is you do what I did. You just say, if I really cared, what is the root problem here that needs to be solved? And then you just start learning about that person's life and what they go through in a day and what got them to be there. And then you just keep tracking the systems until eventually you end up where I've ended up, where you're like, oh, damn, it's the fabric of reality and consciousness itself that's the problem. Fragmented consciousness is the issue. Okay, well, how do you solve fragmented consciousness? And then you spend 20 or 30 or 50,000 hours looking for the answer, and then eventually you end up on dialectics, and then you eventually learn to sublate by tackling the most torturous book ever written by a human being called The Science of Logic, and then you crack the code, and then you start building a governance structure that's missing that does all these regulations through the Supreme Courts that actually gets the real justice and consideration for the poor and the homeless and exploited. That's what you do. And you spend whatever money, whatever time you need to get through that stage. And it's not going to be pleasant, and it's not going to be comfortable. But what you lose in comfort, you make up in meaning. Because look at your life. You're comfortable anyway, Marlena, and you're not any happier, and you're suicidal, and you don't feel like anything's working, and you don't feel worthy. Okay, you might as well take a big risk and get in a lifestyle that actually feels authentic, and then start living that way, and not towards your parents' expectations or anybody else's expectations. And yeah, that's what you're supposed to, that's what I think everybody's supposed to do, not just you, but everybody's supposed to do that. And they're not.
I I also struggle to see how I fit in here. Like it in ways I can see it, but in other ways it's like my potential is this sort of black box, unsure mystery thing in some way because I don't. It's maybe because of the novelty seeking factor of myself too. Is like things that I have done before and I could have some level of expertise in no longer become like as interesting to me because I crave the new things that are harder and less familiar to me, and therefore I'll be like a beginner and not as effective probably than being an expert somewhere else. But it's much more meaningful to me. Usually, it depends if I can meaningfully apply my expertise in some way, like just sitting there doing math, like physics problems, like whatever. I thought about like being a physicist because I had the grit for it at the time until I eventually got bored of math. The very math that internally satisfied me, it started to bore me on the level of application of like, how is this going to help people? And just like, how is this actually going to like help the world? Like, okay, we know this one more thing about math, but it's like so like abstract and it doesn't actually connect to the real world. Like, maybe it does. I'm starting to understand it now more through Hegel and like why I was even attracted so much to math. But like,
That's
Yeah,
it.
I feel more of a pull towards philosophy, and I wish I did more of that in college, and I just didn't because I didn't have the time, and I still also wanted to do physics and psychology, and I figured it would be a little easier to do philosophy outside of college than something like physics outside of college, maybe, or exposure to neuroscience, whatever. But I still took some philosophy. I just not as much as I wanted to. I wish I could have triple majored in all that. Like philosophy for sure is like attracts me, but then I have like the ADHD problem of like getting my mind's eye to read the thing without thinking about other things because it is this material and it's not like a light, easy read, but like I'm still absorbing as much as I can through listening to it and reading it with my eyeballs on a page. But I'm not getting very far. I'm still like in the introduction, right? I'm just going through the introduction kind of over and over again, which is not a bad thing, but I want to move forward too, but I also want to properly understand.
Yeah, so like if you watch the movie Groundhog Day, it gives an example how it starts to feel. Like you've seen that movie, right?
Yeah, yeah. There's lots of that's a big trope now, even in dreams and stuff. The Groundhog Day trope, but that's also another thing my brain really. I say my brain really hates it, but I think my brain is also self-sabotaging me into a Groundhog Day. But at the same time, that like my brain really hates daily repetitive activities and craves novelty. And yeah,
Yeah, we
that
all
gets.
do. We all do, Marlena. But you gotta grow up a little bit and do the hard work.
I was just thinking that yesterday, how I need to grow up, and then I sat there and cried about it, and I was like, damn, I don't want to grow up. I don't want to let go of that inner child that is like.
Well, you don't have to let go of the inner child, but the inner child is often sometimes a screamer and just doesn't know what's better good for, right? Eating candy before breakfast is what a child wants to do because the sugar tastes good immediately, but then they end up getting diabetes and a whole bunch of health issues. So you got to rein it in, and you're already suicidal, right? It's like, well, how much worse can it possibly get? You get suicidal on your period, like there's not much more, pain you can go through. So it's like, okay, something's clearly wrong in your life, so let's make a change in saying, okay, well, what if you went and hung out with the homeless every day? Because if you want novelty, if you hang out at a homeless shelter, there's something new every single day because there's always something messed up happening, right? There's like always something bizarre and unpredictable that occurs there because all the crap and unpredictable risk falls on the poor because all the corporations are minimizing risk and offloading it as an externality to minorities, right? All the risky opportunities, all the risky research and development, who does that research? Not them. They outsource it to some kind of poor lab that has to do it because they have no other choice. So that's where, if you want real life that's not rigid and repetitive and put on a suit and tie and day in, day out do the same exact thing, working with the homeless and the poor and the marginalized and the exploited is exactly the kind of thing. And then social
I
workers,
crave that.
right?
I crave that in a social work way, but at the same time, that I don't know if I can handle it without like losing myself, getting caught up in the like, cause I lose my internal locus of control and get caught up in the world.
Well, I don't know about that, but any social worker gets overwhelmed because they're stuck dealing with symptoms and not dealing with root solutions. So your mind is deep enough to deal with it. The emotional connection is not enough for you, right? You need to have what is the actual idea that's behind this that I can solve, and then you can go and be a philosopher, and then you can go and tackle the root issues while being the social. A real philosopher is a social worker, a physicist, a mathematician, a politician. A real, genuine, infinite philosopher is everything, right? That's why I'm in the
Definitely.
courthouse being a lawyer. That's why we're in here doing moderation and facilitation. That's why we're doing relationship building. That's why we're doing social work. That's why we're doing all of it here as part of the intergovernment. We're even doing biochemistry with the CRISPR lab, the biodomes, all that. So you are more universal. And if you actually got down on the ground with me and actually start thinking, well, what solves this? You might get impassioned by it and start taking risks for it, right? Which is why I'm surprised you haven't kind of took on the flow roles and helped out a little bit more But I think like what my goal is now is to just bring on the freelancers and then show you guys what it looks like if you actually just did the damn work. Like we could have been here 7 or 8 months ago, right? We could have been here 7 or 8 months ago, but now I finally found this other crew and they're gonna do it. And then you're gonna see that I was right the whole time. You just had to take a risk and do the work with me and grind through. And so that's what's gonna happen here. And once it starts to become maybe famous and people want to do it for free, then maybe we won't have to pay you at all, except in social capital. Because then when you come in here, so you might meet a wealthy person or whatever, the whole sublation synchronicity stuff will start to happen naturally. Like what Matt Gehealer or whatever his name is trying to do with his dream app, except we're doing it synchronicity in the real world too.
So what is synchronicity really?
It's about finding those parallel structures that are in sync that generate time compression, which mimics God and presence. That's what synchronicity is.
Well,
It's the
so
deepest
does a
possible
synchronicity
meaning.
like because like a synchronicity is like a deeper meaning, right? But it's also like it to me it makes me like question my choices, and it's like, oh, should I make a different choice, or am I on the right path, or blah 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 blah. It makes me very
Easy.
like,
What's the most loving thing you can do that's authentic and not lying to yourself? So, for example, giving the $5 at the traffic light uh, does not feel very good because you know in your conscience that the real thing we need to do is go to the homeless shelter and figure out what happened to this guy and why is he on the street corner anyway, and all this type of stuff, and track it down, which will take hundreds of hours, maybe thousands of hours. So is that what should you be doing? What's the most loving? Like you could go down and find somebody who's suffering, and be like, what does that person need? And like even for you being suicidal and stuff like that, it's probably just this body dysmorphia. Um, well, I don't know. There's
it very well could be body
it's body dysmorphia, but it's also honestly it sounds like rape. Like I can't help it. It sounds like not the one that you're telling me about, but like actual child something happened in your childhood. And that's why I think getting CRISPR and getting diagnosed and like doing the diagnostics to track down if something happened to you before you were conscious, or I don't know, there's something going on there, and I might be wrong about that, but the data shows that that's usually what it is. And usually you get an STD that messes up your. I think when children get STDs young, it messes up some kind of endocrine thing. You got a virus in your body that's usually really aggressive, right? Because
I've also noticed that the past few days I've had, I'm on the toilet right now, and this is why I say this. I've had like kind of cloudy pee and somewhat like larger amounts of discharge from my vagina, or whatever. But like they're it's like kind of abnormal, but it's during the time that I should be having a period. So I don't know if it's like
well,
something really bad.
well, yeah, like you and him, just, you know, he, yeah, he probably impregnated you because it's probably like one last move to say I got her. You chain yourselves to each other, like some kind of weird stuff like that happens, and then the kid ends up paying the price. Um, right? Because in some sense, spirits may be working through you to have this beautiful baby, while you guys are just like totally lost in a certain way. But those are the irresponsible moves that you make when you're addicted and you're out of control, and you're also suicidal and all these types of things. Now this could be spirit saying, well, she needs to get some meaning in her life, so having a child is one way to get a reflection strong enough where she'll survive long enough to care and see herself and her daughter and protect her daughter. Like that's what happens. Is when you have children,
So
it completely
is
changes.
that oftentimes like with synchronicity or something, or is that different in the sense of like is the things like that where it's like Dre the other day said like, oh, he thinks he had two daughters because it like help it like instead of sons, for instance, because it helps like soften him up in a sense. Like if he felt like it was very meant to be like sort of like divine thing, is that like an actual thing? Like in universal logic? Like, is there some sort of like hand that gets forced, you know, in some people's lives by like divine intervention in any sense, or is it all just our free will and everything, all human activity is related to that, or is it something else?
Well, of course, you're probably thinking, well, something is driving me to this guy, and it must be God, right? Therefore, I'm going to turn this action into a positivity, which you can always do. This could be a very positive thing. You could be raising the next Nelson Mandela. You could be raising the next indigenous black baby Ukrainian super brain governor child, right? You could be doing that. And as long as you pay attention to that kid and you protect that kid from all your dysfunctions and his dysfunctions, then yes, you can turn it into a godly experience. But what is more likely to happen is that there's going to be dysfunction, the kid's going to pay for it, going to be end up emotionally traumatized, and then that kid might just repeat the same problems you guys have, and then we have another issue, another generation of
exactly scared of, and why I'm so scared of having a kid ever.
Right, and you don't want a kid either. So then, like, the kid could sense that. Children are very sensitive. Like, wow, my mother doesn't actually want me. And if that happens, if that kid's not imbued with like indigo child level stability from God directly, then that kid ends up being suicidal and, you know, repeating the exact same lifestyle you do. So you have to overcome, like a child can force you to grow into the person that you can be. That's what can happen. But if you don't choose that, then it's just repeating the bad infinite. And you know, it's too early to say exactly which one because you still have real potential. So it's really your choice, but you've got to be willing to do the work. And that's what's going to happen is, you know, you're avoiding all this kind of work. And if you think repetitive jobs are repetitive.
I don't know why I make it so work related. I used to not. I mean, I did used to be this way. I have always been kind of like seeking the easiest pathway in my brain to do something with the least amount of effort. But it wouldn't mean that it wouldn't be a stressful, chaotic process to do the thing. In the most like ADHD sense of the word, like procrastination, all this like last minute like perfectionism, and then like pulling off like this insanely awesome, beautiful project that I like actually genuinely cared about, but it like was not like it's not like it was a easy thing to get out of me. Like it takes all the social pressure of institutions and schools and to get work out of me, which I think is also true for a lot of people, maybe, and why things like a teacher structure, like authority for work works. But like I'm like I maybe it's just the weed and the talking, but I don't know. Like I've also had a problem with that before, like before I went on Adderall initially at 16, right? Like I had an issue with procrastinating things, not wanting to put effort into things, like trying to find the easiest, least effort, least amount of energy way out. And that's been a long-term kind of problem. And I don't know why. And I know when I've broken out of that and broken into doing mode and like doing things, I do eventually feel much better and much more accomplished for having done those things. But then I eventually kind of sink back into the mode, like a teeter-totter, and like it's hard for me to stably stay in that mode where I'm like happily doing things without getting knocked off that path somehow. Usually it's like something like the fire came and then I lost all my savings and then I had to move out of town and like something like big like that like throws me off whatever I'm going, and then like I can't like readjust well enough because I don't have like the discernment to be like, this is the choice I need to make right now. I get too emotionally caught up in the fact that like, oh my god, my town is burning, I'm losing all my money, and then I just get depressed, and then I go into an action and I don't take the proper steps to save myself from the situation that I'm in. And I don't know how to get out of that because it's like it genuinely like if I had to like it's because of the community of people around me that I can survive, like, with this condition, right? But, like, if I were out on my own, like, I can't just, like, survive off of, like, hunting if I'm sitting there, like, or whatever, foraging berries, right? If I'm just sitting there in block mode and I'm like, wow, I can't get up and get these berries until, like, I'm starving enough, which is, like, I don't know, maybe 2 days in or something, I'll be starving enough to actually go get the berries, but then I'm in such a poor condition because I'm 2 days starved that I'm like it's not driven by my logical willpower. The logical, like, thing knows what it needs to do, and then I just, like, sit there and then, like, don't do it and then shame myself for not doing it. But it, like break through into the just do it. And that's, like, what my friend was saying yesterday. He was like, that's literally all it is. Like, to break out of game mode and to do it, you just have to do it. And, like, it might not be easy, it might suck. But eventually it won't suck anymore because you won't like it. But, like, I don't, it, like, I can't stay there. Like, I struggle to stay there. And get there from, especially when I'm, like, the more steeped I am in being mode. Like, it's like I desire this being mode, but I logically don't desire that. But my, like, body is, like, desire, whatever. Some, like, parts of me are desiring, parts of me don't.
Well, it seems like, yeah, seems like you're probably gonna get pregnant here. Is your mom a stay-at-home mom?
Yeah.
So you might end up repeating your parents' history.
Which is exactly what I didn't have
Don't
happen,
want.
and
Yeah,
it's
exactly. So you
exactly what
gotta
happened.
choose, Marlena. Choose. Having sex with that guy was not a choice, right? It was an addiction. You're going down the path that's easy. And if you don't make a choice, the kid's gonna pay for it, right? You have infinite power in your mind. It doesn't feel like it. But you just, it sounds weird, but you gotta put yourself in an environment where it's conducive to healthy child rearing if you're gonna be a parent or a healthy personal care, right? And you're not willing to get on these repetitive anchor meetings. So you're choosing to be, you know, in the state that you're in. And now a child's going to be brought into that. A child will force you into a structure. You got to feed the child at a certain time. You got to put the child to bed. You have to bring the kid to daycare. The kid's going to force you into a system, and it's a healthy one because you're out of control, Marlena. Right now, you're out of control. So, like, not even, I don't mean system control. You're out of your own self control, and in some sense, like, you have a very powerful mind that can see ahead of things because you're not, I don't think, living authentically. Because I think what happens, and I remember feeling this way too, is that when you have a really sensitive brain, you can see what you should be doing, and then you just sit there and don't want to do it because it doesn't really align with you on some level, on a real level. It doesn't excite you, doesn't get you out of bed necessarily. Uh, so there's like a path that will get you into that happy space, and that path might have just been found. It might be being a mother and being a stay-at-home mother. But then maybe you're supposed to be a stay-at-home mother and homeschool your kid, but when you homeschool your kid, you're going to learn to be a good teacher and then go to school anyway for that. Like, that's how normally these things work out in sociology. But the only problem now is that in 6 months from now, nothing's going to be normal, and an AI is going to take over the whole world. So everything I'm saying right now probably won't matter. So having a child in the middle of an AI taking over everything, I asked her, could you just take off like a couple of months to focus on this, the end of humanity? And you couldn't do it, right? Because you're, in some sense, not wanting to be here anyway. So your cause needs to have some degree of self-discipline, but it needs to be aligned with, probably something to do with the homeless.
Yeah,
And
like, 'cause I was also thinking, like, I often find the most fulfillment, or like or I'm able to like be a better doer in the world if I have some sort of goal, purpose to drive myself towards. And right, and for the past few years, I haven't had a clear vision of like what to do, like what I should be doing. And I've had like inklings in a million different directions, but because it's in a million different directions, it's like choosing one and actually being like, this is what I'm doing is, like, I get stuck there. And I know that the purpose of drive is like, especially in like, if something, the idea of like being like, I'm going to do this for the rest of my life makes me not want to do it. Because it goes back into that same mode of like, oh, repetitive daily stuff, like I'm doing this forever. And that's, I create the multidimensionality of the more universal structure, like you're saying. And like, but I do think I need like some sort of like very like eternally motivated, but internally aligned, like you were saying, goal, or goals, but like goal that actually excites me to work towards. Not just like my condition now that is bad to work away from, but something good to work towards, the ideal to work towards, which I know you've been talking about, but it's like for me, I'm struggling to visualize what that is, especially because of the chaos of the Megacrisis, right? And it's like that makes it more jumbly in terms of like there's uncertainty in terms of a stable future and all of these systems and structures existing the same way, especially with AI, right? So like especially with AI, and drops into leaving and all that. So like I think part of it is the Megacrisis too. It's just like overwhelms me because I don't know like what the next best goal is to like I don't even need a long term like rest of my life goal, just something short, like short enough like a 6 month like thing. Like when I went to Tahoe originally, I just went for 1 6 month winter season. And then from there decided, okay, I'll do a summer season at the marina. And from there decided like I'll do another winter season. And from there decided I'll do another summer season. But like in between that I also moved across like both across the country several times for stints of time too. But like doing like chunks like that, that usually, at least historically, has like driven me to be like for instance, even like in the degrees in college, right? That was like, okay, I know I'm gonna be here for 4 years, and I had that uncertainty of like this is where I'm going and what I'm doing, and this is my goal. That gave me purpose and gave me the motivation to do it and structure my whole entire life around like that goal, other subsequent goals, right, that follow. But I'm just like struggling to see their vision. And I do agree that something like working with the homeless, for instance, would be one of them. Um, it's personal psychology stuff, psychedelic stuff, all of that would be another one. Um, Straight philosophy, universal wisdom would be another one. Like environmental stuff would be another one. But it's like it's really visualize like a clear enough goal, a clear enough goal that is like stable enough of a vision to be like concrete enough and not too abstract for me to be like, yes, I actually believe in this enough from within that I can internally motivate myself to do it. And like I'm starting to feel that with One World Spirit, and I logically feel it, but it's like I'm trying to catch up somatically and embody that.
well, that's good. And I feel like I just need to get this going, and once it's popular and all these types of things, then you'll probably come on board. But there's a weird thing going on here, right? Because if you understood the idea and the universal law, like you should have jumped on by now. Do you know what I mean? Like you might even be helping me pay for
But I
the.
don't understand the logic. I know that because I do think that's part of the problem is like somehow in One World Spirit there needs to be more teaching, like mandatory teaching of the universal logic somehow. Like
Yeah, but kind of like this is the thing, Marlon, is like how to explain this? It's like in some ways it feels kind of spoiled, right? It's like why should I spend all my time teaching you all this like priceless information that I was tortured? I went through extreme mental pain for thousands and thousands and thousands of hours. And then I give it to somebody who might doesn't want to do a flow roll to save my life or to save her life, who might stab herself in the chest tomorrow, right? When we have like hundreds of millions of children that are dying of like malnutrition and diarrhea who want to be here, right? And in some sense, suicide is not a spoiled thing. That's a different sort of thing, but it's related to this idea that you're not choosing. And you know your value because you were at a governor's school, so you're in this weird mix of like entitlement but extreme depression and existentialism where you feel worthless. So there's like a extreme dialectic there, right? Total entitlement, extreme worthlessness. So you're like in the most maximally negative dialectical state on that dialectic right there. Right? And it's like I'm trying to set an example. I'm like, I'm not comfortable either, Marlena, but I have a meaningful life, right? And it's like you agree with me that this AI thing is coming very, very quickly. So I mean, it's just a responsible choice to do this direction, unless you have a better path. So part of me is like, okay, Marlena is a risky case scenario because there's two things, and this is why I don't push you as hard as I push other people. One is you might have been really abused in all the thousands of hours that I spent tortured on Hegel. In a different timeline is equaled by you being suicidal by something that happened to you. So if I was in your shoes, it does karmically balance because I don't have to deal with all this negativity that you're dealing with every day. I wake up, good brain, everything's happy, I'm motivated, we're good to go. Right? Um, Interesting, my phone just died. But on some karmic deeper level, that's one privilege that I have, is that in this embodiment, I don't have to deal with this deep depression. Right? And then I had to learn Hegel to experience an equivalent amount of pain, to have to be worthy, quote unquote, of carrying this this goodness into the world and experiencing this wealth of beauty that's coming towards my way. If we can pull up this this movement in time. Hold on a second. Like I don't know if you can hear me properly. But on another level, on the free will level, you feel a little lazy. 1 second. Right? So, like, if I was dealing with the same level of existential kill myself sort of thoughts that you're dealing with, maybe my estimation is no, you're not being lazy at all. Maybe you're overshooting. You're like going well beyond. Maybe if I was in your shoes, I would have killed myself by now. Right? Maybe you're actually better than me. Maybe you're already coping better than I would with my current embodiment right now. So you might actually be the hero. Right? It's like I'm walking down the street, as an analogy, with my normal shoes and whatever. And then, you're beside me walking too, but you have like an 800-pound elephant on your back and you're still able to take steps. So I think that elephant is something like 100 pounds, 200 pounds, maybe. But in reality, that elephant is 800 pounds. So I'm underestimating the proportions of the suffering that you're under. That could be true, which is why I'm not pushing you all the way, right? What if I am underestimating how much that cognitive load is, right? Because everybody gets a little bit suicidal here and there in their lives if they're pushing their limits, trying to grow. Everybody like, oh, is it really worth it? You know, but what if I'm right though? What if it is? I'm still saying you've got it harder. Like 100 to 200 pound elephant is hard, right? But reading Hegel is a 300 pound elephant. Do you know what I mean? Like, where is the Marlena in there? Like, how much is she actually trying to address the elephant? And that's what I'm trying to figure out right now is how much of it is sort of like divine necessity and how much of it is you're just not choosing. Do you know? So I'm trying to like make
Right.
sure I don't let the toxic kind of spirit in that's sabotaging you. Because if I bring too much of that in, then it brings the organization down where you could use your free will to overcome the intergenerational trauma, to overcome that karmic debt, to overcome whatever it is that's pulling you down. And so I'm challenging you and saying, okay, I'm not going to challenge you so much it adds to the suicidality. Because as you know, in the right to flow, challenge level has to match skill level. So for me to be a good spirit guide, I have to say, well, in proportionality, best case scenario is I'm right and that we can push you and then get you grow into the butterfly that out of the caterpillar. But if it's an 800-pound elephant, then that's going to push you over the edge. Right? Too much challenge. That's the worst case scenario. So as you know, my motto: hope for the best, prepare for the worst, and plot in all directions. So I'm hoping that it's only a 1 to 200-pound elephant, which is why I'm talking to you about it at all. But I'm prepared for it to be an 800-pound elephant, which is why I'm not asking you to take on a flow role tomorrow or tonight, even though I could be dying in 5 or 6 days from now, right? Most people would look at this situation and be like, this woman, Marlena, has been with you for a year and a half and is still not doing any, like, serious blessings or any of these flow rolls. And there's something odd about that. It looks careless. It looks like you don't care about me, right? But on the other side is like people could say, well, she has ADHD and all these problems, which is like an 800-pound elephant. And people who have Myers-Briggs personalities that end in P, which is the perceiver instead of the judger. I actually think you're both. They do get stuff done, but they always wait to the last possible minute, and then they do this Herculean feat, and then they somehow do 500 blessings, and all of a sudden you're saved, right? So like that could also be happening. So the goal now is to dance with it and say, okay, how much do we let in here? Like, what's the challenge versus skill that we need to be figuring out? And it's even more tricky because you have high Pareto categories in terms of cognition, right? You can memorize stuff. You're not like Michael Magruch where he's like can't memorize 2 sentences properly. You can get stuff done, even in the linear system. So how much of a demand do we put on you? How much of it is just you being entitled, right? It's like, oh, you're better than doing the flow rolls. They're too repetitive. So I'm going to let the poor and the exploited do it instead because I can sit on them because I'm a white girl with big boobs in the richest country in the world that has the stronger military. Like, how much is it of each? And then that's where doing the final step of going into the spirit guide or the spirit license is where it's going to get curious. It's going to get interesting, right? And that's where I know it's a divine sign where it's like, oh, that might be the option because it's not filled with malice. It's not filled with frustration. It's filled with curiosity. Like, yeah, maybe that is the next step now is to say, well, if we're really going to pay you, Marlena, for real, which is what you want, right? Now we're just talking about quantity, and quantity is anchored to these qualities. We have to figure out the calculus of what the pay is. And now that it's real to you, that we can get
I
you out
mean,
of
like
this.
it's like ideally, I wouldn't want to do the flow goals. Ideally, I'd want to just do the flow goals.
Well, you could just decide to do one tomorrow. Like, in fact, this is what might turn out to be the case is if you start to see that these meetings are taking off And like they're great. Like these are world-class skills. I know nobody values it yet, but it's like I know these skills work. I've seen them work. You're getting a world-class education for free, right? Like you could go to university and get this, it's what is it, a business education, like 50 grand or something. So you've probably already gotten like 20, 30 grand of education in the normal sense in the last year,
I
right?
believe that.
So it's like once people start to evaluate what's going on here in the real price ranges, then people start to shift their cognitive models and be like, oh, okay, things will start to balance properly. So, like in the end, it could turn out that you should be paying the exploited to come in here, right? Like that might turn out to be the real justice equation. But whatever it is, we just need to figure out how do we make it determinate? How do we actually make the equations of what is the calculus of exchanging value? Like if you think about it, person A and person B in an economic exchange is a derivative. It's like dx dy. So we're just doing the exact same dialectics as we do with mathematics in economics, and we could win the Nobel Economics Prize too at the same time. And rational behavior therapy comes into it. People make decisions based off of information. So if we give them the right to flow and they make decisions based off of goals, immediate feedback, challenge level matching skill level, and clear rules, then their decisions will become a better game theory. So this is where we're narrowing in, right? That's where the conversation is going, is you're about to lose your job or you want to get out of this job. So it's timely, whereas before the novelty of the job plus this guy you were dating kept you there because you had multiple life areas being satisfied. So you're getting paid more than just the $15 an hour. You're getting, showering with this really eccentric guy. You're getting oxytocin from the grooming, the sex, the cuddling. You're getting probably a couple of free meals here or there at his place, and vice versa, that your parents are probably paying for. You're getting all this type of stuff, and you get freedom to do the weed thing. So I mean, you're getting paid a lot more than just the money at the job. You got a lot until now. Now it's drying up and being like, okay, now it's turning repetitive. Now you're looking for something else. And so now it's like, okay, now we get the freelancers proving that the model's working. And that's going to make you a little bit excited because you're going to feel like you're making a real difference and it's just not crazy old Mark. And you're going to see how I'm using the universal logic to design everything. And then we're actually going to design a good enough process that we're going to be done the check-ins and everything within like 5 minutes. And then we're doing Chizzy for like 45, 50 minutes. And then we're breaking through. And what's interesting about doing this with the exploited, right, Pakistanis and the Indians and Nepalese and Bhutanians, is that their perspectives are always so deep because they have to deal with so much extra stuff. Not always, but usually the privileged class in those areas who can cognize what's happening, they usually do have surprising word game definitions. And untangling those is where it's going to be novel every time we do Chizzy. So that's where I think, okay, that's what you want, right? You want to learn the universal logic. So the Chizzy part is the next part of the default itinerary that we're mastering. Because we're doing the wisdom teams, and we almost have those mastered. In fact, I had another clarification about that just this morning as we were doing it more deeply. So I'm refining it even more for tonight, already in my head as we're talking. But the next step is Chizzy. And that's what you, Matt Gieler, all the others want to learn. And I want you to learn it not in an abstract way where you're going to add fragmentation, but commit to these practical needs to help people in a genuine way, and not in this facetious way where your guardian, God-given gifts are being squandered because you're not being appreciated for them, number one, and you're getting sucked into these addiction holes to compensate for that, for the jealousy that people have of you having those skills too, probably. So that's where I'm trying to tie you to the spirit license, which kind of like balances that equation. That if you're going to get like this, who knows, it's priceless. It's literally priceless information. That's why it shouldn't really be charged, right? That's why I don't want to charge like a per price thing. It should be given like the Bible is given freely, like the Quran. It's got to be like that. which is why I want to publish it in that holy book and get all of us like co-publishing, because it kind of balances that equation that we're all, if we're all deriving value off of it, it's because we're all writing it and we're all doing that work. So that's why the holy book is kind of important, as we do the Chizzy stuff. And maybe the Chizzy note taking will actually be the journal entries to the holy book, and we actually publish the ELM version of the conversations, and then it turns into like a sport too, and then we really have the gaming going on, right? Um, and then you make deeper and deeper connections. So whatever happened with you and Drake can be done 10,000 fold, which is why, you know, you might have a better partner out there for you, but maybe not. So that's why we got to listen to you on you going through it, because you wouldn't be doing it if there wasn't something there. But if it is addiction and you're not willing to put the work in, then yeah, it is probably heading towards catastrophe that the community's going to have to pay for. Um, but I don't think you're that, well, irresponsible in a certain way. I think it's going to cause you to rise. But yes, the practical thing is, okay, well, let's do the spirit license now. What would we actually have to do to get you to feel compensated adequately for being in here? Because it's weird that you feel like you have to be compensated. Like for me, it's a curious thing. It's like,
I don't feel I have to be compensated. I was just about to say that. I was like, I don't feel I have to be compensated.
but
It's
you're,
more
yeah,
like the only reason would be like practically for the sake of like, but I'm already in here. It's just like the level, but I'm not like in here with exerting as much energy as I could do, right? But I'm already spending the time in here. So it's like, why am I not putting the effort? It's because I don't want to put in effort. That's my fucking problem. It's like less so that I need to be compensated, but that is like a motivating factor, unfortunately. But like me doesn't want to be compensated for anything ever. Like not anything ever, but like I don't want to be compensated for being here. I want to help you and save the world and like do these things. Um, I do want that. It's like I have an energy effort application of my energy in time properly problem. And also like I've been very stuck in executive dysfunction anxiety. I don't know which one causes which, whether the anxiety causes the executive dysfunction or the executive dysfunction causes the anxiety. But like that is where I get stuck mentally, where I'm like, I have all these things I could be doing,
whoa,
but then I can't like alchemize those thoughts into action properly. That's where like that's the ADHD for me. And then I get time slippage and I'm like, oh my god, I'm running out of time. I only have an hour now to do like this, and I didn't do all these other things, but I have to do this in order to get ready for this next thing. And then I'm like, I lose the ability to do all the tasks I set out to do in a day. And that is I think what like also stresses me about the ELMs is like it feels like it yeah, I think maybe too what you're saying about like if the ELM, if this was further along, then maybe I would come in. I could see that also, and I think part of it is maybe something subconsciously doesn't have full faith in this because it doesn't see the full. This is like in a sense in the early stage of critical mass, right? At least, um, so like my brain is like, oh, it's not working, oh, it's not working. Even though there's another part of my brain that's like, oh, it is working, oh, it is working. This is literally the only way to possibly make it work. And I think it's that uncertainty factor that's also like throwing me off, because it is a push for an uncertain thing. You don't know if you'll succeed, but there's no other way to know or to make it possible than to try. So, I think that like risk scary factors like throwing off my brain because it's not just like some stable like yes this is going to work like 100% kind of like option. It's like this is our only chance of working 100%. But like I don't know why my brain can't like wrap around that like enough to shut off the other insecurities, maybe you could say, about like, or fears or uncertainty problems. Sometimes I feel like I have a problem with uncertainty that like makes me just also collapse into nothingness or inaction.
Well, this is why early investors get paid big bucks, right? Because they're willing to take the risk on and hash it out with me. So you just got to do that work and see that it is going to work. And now that you're starting to see it, like I think in the next meeting, it's gonna, as long as San and Nawaz get better, that's all it takes. It only takes like two or three of us to actually pull up all the flow rules, right? So if they actually do it and you start to say, holy crap, start to see the reinforcements, it starts to become fun. It becomes like a game because you're catching each other, you're there for each other, all
I
this
think that's
stuff.
also another factor was like, yeah, there weren't other people doing flow rolls. So it's like if it was just me and you doing the flow rolls, that doesn't seem that appealing because it's like we're it like yes, it's necessary practice, but it feels like we're not actually doing the thing. Like we are, but we're like but there's no other people like also doing the flow. It like feels like a spirit that has more potential but got trapped or something and that like or got choked off or something in that way and it goes into like a dead end. But if there's more people, obviously it does start feeling more fun and spirited, and I that's where I think I agree with you saying like if there's more people involved then I would be much more willing to jump in and be involved.
Because it's popular. Um, exactly. So uh, I'm actually just saving the chat as we're talking because these are
Which like the irony of that is like to have to be popular you need people, and like I don't know, I can definitely see why the early stages are so hard.
right, exactly. And like if you were good at the flow rules and people saw you buying in, then Matt Geeler probably would have got on by now and saw it, and you know, you and I would have gotten the video up and showed them how good this and like, the song ending on time, and when we work together it really picks up quickly. So that's happening with San and Nawaz, but if you jumped in here, they might get more excited because you're actually not just sitting watching them, which is like a sort of like an implicit sort of like, oh, this isn't cool enough for me to do. Like you losers can go and do it. Like even if that's not what you mean, that's what happens like subconsciously. And as long as they're getting paid good money, which for their price range it is, they can wipe it off as, oh, okay, well, the guy was a weirdo. I made like $200. So if somebody ever finds out I was a part of that, I can just say, yeah, the guy was an idiot. I was using him for like his money, and you would have did it too. If somebody's paying you $300 or a month and a half worth of work for like 2 days worth of actual work, like you'd want to do it too. And then that's Pareto category number two, protecting itself. So, like, I know all these games that kind of go on, but we have to start practicing because I know that all the other options are more naive than this one. So that's why I think the freelancer was sort of a godsend. I don't like I was
I guess how do I do this without making my life worse in the sense of debt? Because that is really, I think, a big cause of my suicidality is the fact that I'm still going into more debt. Um, Probably one of several reasons for the suicidality, but like mentally at least, that like brings me really down is just knowing that I'm not like the hamster wheel is falling apart. The hamster wheel that was sustaining itself is no longer enough anymore, and I have to do more to maintain it. And like it's not that it's maintaining well, right? Because obviously if some of that money's going towards weed, but I've cut off the other bad habits, the spending on random clothing or item and shit, and spending on random food. Um, I am spending less on weed, but I'm still spending money. But it's still like and then the aerial silk stuff and all that. Like I figured that out. I cut myself off from the climbing gym. I'm just doing the cheaper regular gym. And once I get the money again, I'll do aerial silk stuff because that really, really freaking helps my back so much. But um, or even build a rig back here so I can just do it on my own in my backyard. That would be the ideal. Spend the few $100s I would on 12 classes and spend that to build a permanent rig, and then I'll be set.
I don't think so. I think
Um,
that's more for novelty. I think you really just need to get your heart rate up 35 to 75% for
no,
half
no,
an
it's
hour.
it's for my back because of
And your back will get
the
stronger
it,
if you run for 35 minutes or 30 minutes with 75% your heart rate,
no,
right?
I know the run will help too. I'm saying doing the run too. That's why I'm saying the regular gym as well. And I'm
Okay.
about to go run today before work. Um, but the but I also, because of my back injury, that is like a big priority for me with my health, with alongside diet and exercise, is just tending to the back injury because it is an injury, and I have scoliosis there, and I pulled that back muscle twice, and I probably would be in physical therapy for 5 years or something before it probably gets better at the rate that physical therapy goes, because I feel like it's not intense enough. Other than the dry needling, like that's just a different technique that works, but they can't dry needle my back directly because it's in the lung field and they don't want to puncture my lungs. So they can't really even directly do it on that. So, but like the aerial silks or something like rock climbing doesn't entirely get it because it's like working out almost more like in your forearms and arms than your back. Eventually it does get to your back, but you have to like build up your forearm strength first. Aerial silks, it goes straight into the lats, straight into the muscles that I have issues with, and it's like directly like intensely exercising them amazingly. It's like the ideal exercise for my back injury. I'm not even kidding. Like that's why I'm prioritizing that so much in terms of my back injury recovery. But I also don't have the money for it, so I haven't been doing it lately. So I've been feeling more back pain, but I've been rolling it out more on the tennis ball, and like that's been helping a good bit, and stretching more at home. Um, and like I'm hoping to make it to the gym today if I have time. Um, I have 2.5 hours before I have to leave for work, but I'm definitely at least doing the 30-minute run.
You're definitely doing the
But
what?
the 30-minute run today. Which are you supposed to do the 30-minute run every day, or do you have days off?
I think they said 3 times a week or something was more than enough.
Okay.
So like
Okay.
think about for an
Okay.
hour and a half of working out a week, an hour and a half, you get all the benefits as if you were in the gym all week running
Well, not
super
all the
marathons.
benefits, because it doesn't give you the strength training that you need for certain areas and muscles. So, like I think the running is it's the cardio portion, but it's not the strength training portion, which is also necessary
I
for
don't
me
know.
at least.
I don't know actually because
Because like running like doesn't make my back feel better.
well, I'm not just saying running,
It
but like
probably makes it feel worse.
well, I think doing the back planks is the number one thing that you need to do, and you
Yeah,
don't need
so
to do
that's what I'm
more than
saying.
them.
Strength training. So I still have to do
Well, I mean,
that.
like
Yeah,
5 to 10 minutes of back, like you know what I mean, like not even get out of
that's not
bed
enough.
properly. Do
It's not
that.
enough. It's not
Well,
enough. I have to like do like a full workout. Like
I don't know. Maybe you have. I don't know how about your scoliosis is, right? So that's the thing that makes it plausible what you're saying. Like I'm not a doctor. I don't actually. If I saw it and I saw your X-rays and I saw how bad it was, compared to my brother's ex-girlfriend, she had like she literally couldn't sit up straight. I was like, holy! I saw her spine X-ray and I was like, oh my God, like her spine literally isn't straight. I was like, wow, how
yeah,
are you even walking? Like that's serious. Like that's where it's like, yep, if she lifted weights, she'd probably break her back in half. But you,
right.
for instance, I don't know how much you're like that. If it's like that bad, then it's like, oh my gosh. So
For me, from what I've determined through physical therapy, and because I also am hypermobile everywhere else except for that back injury spot, I'm hypermobile everywhere else in my body, which is why my joints are also moving around and doing things like, oh, my back injury is like causing is like I don't know if my back injury is causing this or what, but I don't. Yeah, probably not. I don't know. It's all connected, whatever. But my hips also have a tendency to rotate, and because of the hypermobility, they rotate in different directions, and oftentimes one of my legs acts longer than the other, and then that causes like sciatica, and then like pain, and like on the left side, and then pain back in my injury on the left side as well. So it's like things like that that are like like they told me that the best thing to help with hypermobility stuff like that, and the best recovery from my injury is exercise, strength training, and I agree with that. Like it's like I feel 10,000, like I feel actually capable of doing like an 8-hour work shift at Domino's or wherever else. I could probably do a ski resort shift, shoveling snow for 10 hours if I wanted to, if the day after I worked out at Silks. But if I like don't do that, then I will like my back injury will flare up and like have all these nerve pain, whatever things, tightening, all that, and then like I'm incapable of doing that. But it's I have to maintain that intensive exercise, at least in the back and hips region. And they said abs. They said my abs have like they're strong in some spots but weak in others, and they're thinking that has a lot to do with the hips, like and back uh instability. Is like I don't have very good muscle, like my muscles aren't holding the joints in their proper position because there's not enough strength. So and running will obviously help that too, and my legs and my hips. So that's good, and that I cover that. But I still have to work out my back.
Hmm. You used to be a cross-country runner, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you should be able to do. Why wasn't there hypermobility back then, or any of this stuff?
No, I did. I've had these problems for ages. The doctors just dismiss the fuck out of it, or would just be like, whatever. I've been to chiropractors since I've been in high school, probably at least.
Hmm. Okay. Well,
And that's why I originally liked rock climbing so much too, was it took away my back pain. But then I fell out of that during COVID and my manic episode, and then never fully really got the passion back into it again. I think the novelty factor kind of went away too, and other things. But like aerial silks is actually appealing to me, so I'm taking it and running with it as much as I can, and recognizing that it is literally probably the most helpful exercise for my back. So why wouldn't I do it?
hmm.
It is helping my life areas. So
Yeah. Well, 250 bucks a session, or 12 sessions, or whatever it is.
right, which is
Um.
why I'm saying I think the better solution than doing that. Although I do get teaching, right? So I learn new skills. So it's not that that's a bad thing. It's just I need to have regular access to being able to do this daily for an exercise purposes, for pain purposes, right? So I do think building like I've talked through the plans with my dad to build it. He's just kind of shrugged it off because he doesn't want to do the work or whatever. And I told my dad I would pay him or pay somebody else to do it if I could get the money to do it. And like we put together an estimate, and we estimated only a few $100s. And like that's like the same amount as those 12 classes. Why don't I just save for that, put aside some money for that, even while I'm in debt, whatever, and then build that thing, and then I no longer have to go to classes, no longer have to spend the time half an hour each way driving there, and it's right there in my backyard, and then I can solve those problems. I think I just have to be able to convince my dad to let me do that, and but if I can do that, then I think that's the way to go, and that would I could also save money on the gym that way then too. I don't have to go to even the regular gym,
Hmm.
and I could just stick to running and aerial silks, and that would be perfectly fine. I think that would be ideal.
And he would pay for what exactly? He would pay for the
No,
gym.
no, he would just no, 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 no. He would do labor,
Oh.
and that's what I was saying. I would pay him for, but he probably wouldn't want to be compensated for labor or whatever. But um, compensate for the materials at least, and if he doesn't want to do the labor, then compensate for someone else to do labor, or maybe I could do myself. And I don't know, but all it needs is two posts in the ground and a beam going across it.
Hmm.
So it's really not the worst project. And he's willing to let me, I think, let me build something like that in the yard, but I just have to put aside the money. And I also need a new phone, which is a few $100 or maybe $100 if I get the same phone that I have now. Which is like an older Samsung Galaxy. I'm totally fine with that. That's what I've been doing. I've been sticking to this older phone or whatever, which is still a newer phone compared to a lot of places, right? So, but it has a giant line through it. It's dying really fast. It's like it's broken. It's functional enough, but broken, and it slows me down because everyone's incoming text messages are all where the line of my phone screen is. So it's like, and the rest of the screen is kind of messed up too. So sometimes I can't read things at all. So like I have yeah, I need to like get it together economically in the sense enough that I can buy a new phone and maintain the bills I have, or the money I owe, rather, I'll say that. And then build this aerial silk structure or whatever, and then like if I can cover that, somehow, then any other free time can be like devoted to this, is what I'm saying, or trying to say. But like I just don't know, I don't know how to like unattach myself from something like working at Domino's, because it is giving me the money I need to pay at least some of the bills that are necessary. Some of it is going towards weed. I recognize that and keep bringing that up, so that's why I keep bringing out that point. But it is still going towards things like health insurance and my car payment, or my car insurance, which all that is stupidly stupid. And I also need to go to the dentist too, because I have half of a tooth and I've had this for months, and my gum is like fucked up there, but I know you can survive without a tooth for quite a while, or without half of a tooth for quite a while, so it hasn't been my biggest priority. But like there's things like that like I should be spending my money on, and then because of the weed addiction, I'm not able to spend the money on those things. I'm spending on things like the weed, but the other money is still going towards necessary things like the bills, right? But those things will still be there even if I stop working, like, and stop the weed. If I stop working, I can stop the weed so much easier. Holy shit. I think the weed is very tied to being like, oh my god, I'm doing yet another delivery. Oh my god, I'm doing another delivery. Like, it's something to get the novelty factor or like interest kind of back in my brain in a very chaotic scenario, even when like music and listening to Halo and podcasts isn't working, whatever. But I know that's the easy way out, the stupid way out in a sense. So yeah, like, and even just in this conversation now, like I've gotten 10,000 times more motivated to quit weed, to the point that I'm gonna try and not smoke weed today. So happens. And maybe I was oversmoking my flower from quitting the pen a few days ago. Quitting the pen could have also been suicidal, as well as smoking too much flower could have made me more suicidal. So there's a lot of factors going on, but I feel motivated to try to not smoke it now. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Coming out of the portal, but yeah, like yeah, but I was gonna reiterate my points. There's no need for like.
Well, let's get practical and say, well, okay, if we wanted to get you in here, what would a proposal look like that's fair in, the calculus with the paid freelancers, your life situation, your back situation, building the swing, the aerial silk situation. If you took all that stuff together and put your ideal life together, what would that look like? What would be the price point? And try and structure it in terms of your life areas, that if we went to freelancers or to Sudeepa or to Julian or to anybody else and we said, do you have this item, right? And you start getting time compression going, then they might say, yes, we can pay for these groceries for this amount. We can go and do this. We can go and do that. And we can start to put the puzzle together to get you off of that toxic system and believing in this system, right? And then once we start seeing that this trained crew, Uswa and San and Nawaz, and there's like 50 other, they're still messaging me on the other websites. I need to get back to them like today. I need to clean up all this mess that I made in my last meal. Clean this all up and then get the blessings figured out because I only have like $250 left to pay everyone. So I might already be out of money. So I got to calculate that number. Because I'm counting these training sessions as actual paid. I told them that they're doing such a good job that I'm going to be paying them for these training sessions. So that's like we're probably at hopefully we're at like 30, 20 or 30 blessings by now, hopefully. And then we still have 110 blessings to make over 10 days, which should work, should happen. And then we can start estimating. And you know what's really interesting, Marlena, is you should estimate what you think I should be getting paid. And then I can bring in my value and saying, okay, if I'm bringing value to the team, how much, if we have to put a price point on it, how much is it? Considering that technically we're all doing, when we all get down to it, the paradox is that it's all priceless. Like, how do you put an estimate on pricelessness? Like,
That's what I was gonna say. It's like this feels ironic.
well, it has a good speculative. I put it in the Nobel Economics Prize already, but it's kind of like with synchronicities versus coincidences. There's a negative and a positive. Same with the speed of light, right? There's a negative and there's a positive. The negative side of the speed of light is, the propagation speed of the speed of light, which is 186,282 miles per second. So speed of light has an actual finite limit, but the paradox is that as you approach the speed of light, what happens, Marlena? You should know this as a physics major. Come on. You don't know, Marlena? Or did you drop off on me here?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Sorry. Oh my god. I was thinking, the time slows down.
The what? Time slows down. Exactly. As you approach the speed of light, it starts to become timeless, which is the paradox. Because we're sublating into the second side of the positive side of light, which is quantum entanglement. That light is actually technically instantly everywhere. So somehow light is technically instantly everywhere, but it has a propagation speed of 186,000, miles per second. It's the same thing with the price, right? It's priceless, but we're putting a price on it. So it's a nice little dialectic. So I'm saying, try and estimate what you think. I'm going to ask Aya to do the same thing. And we'll start to get real with the pricing and saying, okay, we'll just start figuring out the numbers. And then we're going to come down to what do we think is fair. And then starting to barter and trade when nobody has money because the system is toxic and is crumbling and wealth concentration is sucking the value out of us. So we have a chance to redesign it. And this is the real beginning of it. And if we run low on blessings today,
we gotta pull a gestalt with money and make the whole or the sum greater than the parts, whatever.
yeah, exactly. Well, that's why like getting you guys to do these meetings really well. Like if you do all the little checklist items and you do the how to win friends and just building how to win friends and influence people into the meeting would make them world class. Just that one thing, never mind the flow timers and everything else. But we're going to be like, I'm already mapping out how to sell these things as services, right? That we're going to go to corporations and we're going to say, we can teach you guys a meeting structure so good, every meeting is a home run, right? And we're going to teach them the flow rules. And same with the contradiction stuff we're doing with Prashant, right? We're building, well, we can solve the contradictions in whatever thing you're experiencing, right? So there's going to be 200 contradictions. And we're going to do the wisdom quiz to do a new politics for the governments, and we're going to do government redesign. So we can go in as government architect, well, government architects, right? They're going to go in there and they're going to redesign all these governments worldwide. Like these are hundreds of millions of dollar contracts to be doing, right? So we're actually building out the social enterprise model of the government to say the government is really generating ideas, and those ideas get commercialized as services back to the people. But those are just universal tools, right? We're just improving the universal tools. So this will help us bring in money from the dead system and then re-coordinate it in God's living system where everybody's being treated with sacred time and all their Pareto categories and the real lived experience gets factored in. None of this piecemeal crap that's been going on. And that's it. I think that little simple conversion is going to start us off seriously. And because I need blessings so quickly, it's forcing me to pay you guys. Like it's forcing the conversation to move ahead. Because I will die soon in 2 weeks if I don't get these meals and these blessings done. And like we're gonna need hundreds and thousands in the next couple of weeks. It's like game over. It's like if we don't figure this out now, I'm going away. And I'll hold on to the last possible second. I'll hold on to the last possible second, but without this incentive, we're just gonna stay where we are. So if I can ask you to think about those things and try and come up by the meeting tonight, or I don't know if are you gonna come in tonight actually?
That's the plan, yeah.
So try and come with that, because when we talk about the wisdom teams, the Megacrisis team, we'll talk about the spirit license, and we'll do a session on the checklist and the spirit license, and then if we have time to move on to the chizzy, we'll do some chizzy, and then like the estimation for the price of the chizzy, right? We start pricing out the chizzy. How valuable is me teaching the chizzy stuff worth it to everybody? And then we can come up with a price range, and then we can factor that into the compensation. And then we can actually start selling that as a service. We can start paying you guys to go to where Google.com, Google or Facebook, or go to your teachers at governor schools, or go to Nepalese schools, or go to where business needs this or is open to this. And we say, okay, here's the price that we came up with that we think this is worth, adjusted for inflation and purchasing parity and all the inequalities and injustices around the world, and historical economic imperialism too. And this is the price point that corrects all that garbage. And then they say, yes, we believe in correcting all that garbage, and you guys have a great service. Come on Tuesday. And then we send you guys, not for Domino's Pizza, we send you to go and literally heal the world at a school in Bhutan or Nepal or a farm in India or wherever. And then we start changing the world that way, and then bringing in tons of money. And then we just keep distributing it, hiring on more and more freelancers and more people like you who believe in the idea and would much rather be doing this, even though it's a risk and we haven't totally solved it yet. Actually, I think we're pretty much solved it now, actually. And then everybody in the world will want to be a part of this economy. And then we have the economic power to start building the international intergovernment. So let's do that then. Let's make a plan to try and think about, even if you don't write it down, let it simmer. And if you do have an idea, write it down quickly so you can bring it up tonight. But I'll probably focus the conversation around that, because if we can get you going, and then Aya going, and then Joe going, and like Sudeepa as well. Sudeepa, we're going to start your training here pretty soon. Sudeepa, are you going to be able to come in tonight or your morning? Or you said just the evening. So are you able to show up 1 hour earlier than you did today?
Okay.
Yeah? Can you, Sudeepa, show up 1 hour earlier than you did today? Or are you still going to be on duty? Did you catch that, Sudeepa?
Okay.
Yeah, so are you able to,
Tomorrow on the same day.
yes. Are you able to come 1 hour earlier tomorrow?
Okay, 1 hour earlier.
Earlier? Yeah, is that possible?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to sign you up for maybe the relationship builder Coco relation is what we call them. So I'm going to write you down for that role, and then your training is going to start tomorrow. But come 10 minutes, roughly
Okay.
5 to 10 minutes early, so I can explain it to you. And it's very simple.
Tell me the exact time. Exact time.
The what? The exact time?
6:45 Nepali time.
Yeah, so it'd be you want to come in 10 minutes early, so it'd be 6:35 Nepalese time if you can. Is that possible?
Okay. No, at 6:30 Nepali time, my duty will end at 6:30 Nepali time.
Okay, okay,
Duty will end.
okay.
So after that, it takes 10 minutes or 15 minutes to hand over about the patient to my friends, and after that it takes 5 minutes to reach home.
Oh, it's pretty tight. Okay, well,
So
when it
around 6:45.
okay, so come right on time. Okay, well, I'll try and add you to the flow roll. There's a back chat that we're all in for people who have committed to a flow roll. So I'll add you to that, and then Marlena, when you commit and we find out a price range that excites you, then we'll add you to the back chat too. And then yeah, I'll send you that information, Sudeepa, and then you can go over your checklist. I'm actually remaking the checklist now, so that's why we could try and go over it right now, but I don't have it fully figured out yet. Like I think what you'll probably end up doing is pretty much just doing one of the love languages for somebody in the group, and then doing a life area check-in, and what's another thing? Life areas, love languages, and there's one more thing too. Well, I'll look over it and figure it all out. I'm doing that right now, cleaning up my food, my kitchen, getting ready to starve for the next 5 days, which is gonna suck. I really don't like it. It really sucks to be this hungry all the time, but uh, I think that within the next 5 days, we're probably gonna get 150, 100 and some blessings. And then after that, we're going to have momentum. And then my sister's going to believe in this, and same with Joe and whoever else. And I think we might have a sustainable model to grow to 100,000 blessings as people pitch in their real resources. And if you can do that too, Sudeepa, what would you be able to give? And then how can we compensate you? We need to say, what are we going to give and what do we need back? And then mapping out your ideal vision of what your life would look like right now. If you had everything you needed, if our organization, the One World Spirit, could give you everything you needed to kind of correct your life enough to get you on the right path, right? Like not enough to like accomplish the path, but enough to get you, if you don't feel like you're on the right path now, how much would it take at minimum to get you on the right path, right? Try and create that vision. Right, like if you feel like you're supposed to go to law school or something, instead of being a nurse, then we have to figure out, okay, well, how do we invest in you enough to get you at least on the path to law school? And that might mean, you know, a couple $100 to get you into here, or getting a contact to help you get into law school, whatever. That's kind of what I'm asking for from both of you, and we're going to try and practice it tonight with the freelancers. Is we're going to need everybody to create this ideal vision of what their life would look like, what they need to get there at minimum, and then start bartering trading and figuring out, can we create an idea of a gestalt that will do many changes at once that complement each other in something called tensegrity, where it stays in a dynamic equilibrium so that we can maintain this new state of being together. Okay, let's try that. So I'll write you down, Sudeepa. I'm going to send you some information later, not for this next meeting, but in for like 23 hours from now, roughly. You're going to be back in here after duty, and you'll be right on time. You can't really come that early unless you sign into your phone between travel. But yeah, I think we have a plan here. And then yeah, Marlene, apply your super brain to this equation, this calculus of payment, calculus of price, and do it for the chizzy, and then do it for your vision of yourself, and then do it for what you'd have to get paid to be in this flow roll. At least one flow roll. Okay, how does that sound to both of you? Good?
Yeah, that sounds good to me. I was gonna say I set myself up right now with my laptop. Open up my laptop so I can get that email to those professors.
Oh,
And then
with Prashant's endorsement.
yes.
Great, good job,
So
Will.
how how is okay? How exactly should I do this? Just be like, hey, this is Martha again, and like I know we discussed a little bit of Hegel. I might also include. I think I'm gonna include two professors: the psychology professor, the one that said, "Oh, he loves Hegel, wants to party with the guy that read 60,000 hours of Hegel and discovered."
Well, here, do
Like,
this. I got an idea. Why don't
yeah,
you? I don't know why I thought of this, but I feel like if you attach Prashant's endorsement letter, that's good. But if you wrote your own endorsement letter as powerful as his, like his is really a strong endorsement. It's better than I thought it was gonna be. Like
yeah,
I thought he was gonna water it down a little bit and kind of throw his own axioms in there and stuff, but he actually did the right thing. I was like, wow. So if you wrote an endorsement letter and included it and be like, hey, I'm attaching my endorsement letter too and this other guy's, and we're gonna try and get like 10 or 15 more. Um, when people see other people speaking so highly of it, they're gonna get curious at least. It's like, why are they putting their social reputation behind this crazy thing?
well, I was
And
thinking like maybe instead of an endorsement letter, I can endorse you like in the bulk of the email.
I was thinking do both for sure, but I'm thinking if they actually have something like for some reason when it's in a PDF, like a little professional little PDF, little signature, all that, it has a more professional kind of like this is an actual endorsement, like this is an actual uh, demarcated, clear, bite-sized, portable little snippet of social capital that they can send to other people or like say, hey, look, like we got 2 endorsement letters, and she had really good praise in the email that she sent me. And then it's like it's like a social asset. It's like it concretizes it. It makes it tangible. It makes social capital. It makes Pareto category number 2 tangible, which is exactly what politics does, right? That's why politicians do it. Um, but we're doing it in the right wayfulness, the truth. So if you did that, we'd have 2 letters, and then what we can do is once Joe is fixed up. Joe came into the meeting this morning, which is great, just to say hello. I'm not asking Joe to do anything right now, right? Because he's got a interesting, like I love my mom, but he's got a really he's got a deeper, he's got like a little bit of a mama's boy thing going on there. It's like I don't know how else to say it. It's he's really in love with his mom, and I gained my independence from my mom very young, but there's something she did for him that was so profound that he's lucky to have experienced it. Uh, he's taken a pretty hard hit, but I think that he's also going to be surprised by how relieved he feels that she's no longer suffering and that he's free in a certain sense to not have to watch her suffer. And that cognitive load, that release is going to be a lot more relieving than he's knowing. So anyway, Joe might not be able to write a reference letter right away. I'm not going to really ask him unless he comes in here feeling strong. But if you did it and then Prashant did it, that's a start. And then after this, if they want to write a reference or we just want them to ask a question to you, right? We just want them to say, Marlena, why would you write something so powerful for such a weird idea? Like, do you honestly believe that it's possible to write the proof of truth? And then it opens up a chance for you to explain the true sophistication. You could say, well, yeah, actually, he's solved the Munchausen trilemma, which you didn't even know about that until like a couple weeks ago, and now it's like, yeah, this is like the holy grail problem of all possible human knowledge. And then you can start like opening the conversation like that and saying, it's actually quite credible. We're trying to publish, blah blah blah. So, and then they could say, well, Marlena, I read over the proof of truth, and here's my concerns. This is not legitimate science. This is garbage. You're getting sucked into a cult, blah, blah, blah. And then, we take all their negations and then we just sublate every single one of them until eventually, like what happened with Prashant the other day, right? We addressed every single one of his AI rebuttals and said, no, this is a serious risk right now. And now he's like got a fire under his butt and he's like doing all this stuff, like you said. So that's what I think. I think if you did an endorsement letter, a strong body, and then sent his two, if we had a third one, it would go faster. But I can't write my own endorsement letter. Um, I guess I could actually. I could write an endorsement letter of the work, but it'll look a little bit tacky, I think. Well, I think 2 is a good start, and then test the waters. Like message 3 of them. Maybe not. Maybe don't message all of them. Message 3 of them, and then like test the waters to see what they say. And if the response is positive, then we'll do more of it. If the response is negative, we'll change something. So that's what I think might be worth it. And if you send them the original proof of truth, or send them the proof of truth in their meta mode, and then send them the anthology, like send them all 20 versions.
What meta mode would professors be in? Like a philosophy professor of mind and a psychology comparative psychologist but neuroscientist, but who's very like, I don't know, trippy hippie, used to do drugs, talks about enlightenment, and
That's meta mode 3.
but also not in a new agey way, like is like grounded in science and like, I don't know. He's like one of the people that would say like, oh, psychologists are some of the only people that have the balls to question reality
Yeah,
and find the truth.
I would say meta mode number 3. Maybe a little bit of meta mode number 4, like a blend of those.
Wait, 3 is abstract science.
No, 3 is new agey. It's not new. It's abstract philosophy, like ancient Greece, all that kind of stuff, mixed with new age quantum mechanic, quantum consciousness. Um, a little bit woo woo, but the Greek stuff can still be grounded. And then secular science is sort of even the denial of that, and just pure modern mathematical, empirical sciences with peer review and all of this. And then we get the beginning bridge of impure UQ, which is showing the universals in the science, the modern science. But impure UQ means that you're starting to catch on, like Prashant, right? He's using pigeon language, but he's still catching on to it. But it's not yet pure UQ. I've increased the standard for pure UQ because now we're attracting people who are really high level, right? We got to make that distinction. Um, so yeah, I would say your professor is probably meta mode number 3. He's not an atheist or anything, so probably meta mode number 3. Um, I think I have 2 or 3 versions of the paper in there. I actually have, Menace actually tried to put together a really truncated version, which I don't know if I sent it to you. Did I send you the meta modes organized concatenation?
No.
I thought I did that. Let me see if I uploaded it.
So how should I title this email?
You should title it,
Subject line.
will you endorse the proof of absolute truth? Yeah, just go for gold. Just like, here's 2 endorsements. Do you want to be the 3rd one? And just like, don't waste any time. And
Well, I guess also, what would the goal be with talking to investors? What are we looking for from them? So endorsement for one, but also getting them involved with One World Spirit, right?
yeah, we can just say, well, do you want to make some blessings? That's the next step. And they're going to be like, ew. Well, I actually gave them that meta. Did I send you the expanded list, the naming list of it? You don't have to call them blessings. You can call them like any of the meta modes. Did I send it to you?
Well, what would be the one for like a philosopher?
Would you want to give, I think it recommended an insight or something. Would you want to give an awakening?
That doesn't sound quite right in comparison to the meaning of blessing.
Yeah, I know. So we're still trying to find the exact words. I asked ChatGPT to find me approximate words, and these are the ones that it.
I feel like an offering.
Yeah, offering is more like
Gift?
is more like art, I guess. It put art as offering. Here's what it gives for meta mode number 3. It said, oh, it said realizations. Do you want to give a realization? Still doesn't quite feel right. It
Well, that
says,
doesn't feel right because it feels like you're giving the
oh,
realization.
no, here
They're
it is. I got it.
they're giving you the recognition that realization.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The second suggestion that it gives is recognitions. Do you want to give a recognition? That kind of feels right. Because
That feels more like,
blessings, yeah, blessings are a recognition of the positivity within you. So yeah, do you want to give a recognition to this, or endorsement still sounds like better? Or no, do you want to give recognitions after you do the endorsement? Um, I guess they could also call the blessings like endorsements too, because it is like an endorsement. Uh, uh, hmm. I feel like endorsement though is more like meta mode number 4. Um, but yeah, I think saying, yeah, will you do an endorsement, and then will you do a recognition? And then they'll be like, what's a recognition? And then we say, it's technically a blessing except without all the religion. And they're gonna be like, yeah, they'll be like, I don't like religion. Perfect. And we're gonna be like, okay, go ahead and do it. But in a way, it is religion of their meta mode. It's their religion though. They're not realizing that they're being a hypocrite. That it. So unless you have the proof of truth, you are in a religion, you are in a cult technically. So yeah, I would say we can say, okay, if you don't want to make a video and don't want to risk your Pareto category number 2 making a video, join the Facebook group anyway. But then help us host these meetings, and these meetings are very well designed for form, but in terms of content, they could start teaching lessons maybe.
well,
Like,
should that be all something that you say? Like, I feel like I should, because I don't want to improperly advertise, right? Or like turn them off by saying something wrong, or not fully in the truth or aligned. And like, um, I'm kind of thinking like I need to be like, hey, professor, who, blah blah blah. Like, um, here is, or I'm introducing you to Mark McCormack in One World Spirit, who he has written the Proof of Truth attached here, and the anthology or whatever, or different meta mode versions, whatever, or even I still have the one that's written for the two married philosophy professors, right? The one that's written by man is for them. I can attach that too, and then be like, um, this like solves the Megacrisis and the Polycrisis, and like I introduce that, and then be like, this is the goal of One World Spirit, through the true sentences, right? And then um maybe just honestly just introduce them to the core, yeah, the flow rules and the block strategy, and then um be like, are you interested in, or can you like meet with Mark McCormack and um like one-on-one or something like that, or come into these ELM times, um something like that, or and then from there you pick up on the email and introduce anything else you want to say to them in more particular detail.
yeah, you could try and say that. Um, I do have that core form that they could fill out too, in case things get really busy. It has all those questions in it. But yeah, just plant a seed there that's good enough to see if they want to do an endorsement and start the conversation. And if they say,
Okay.
yeah, I'll do an endorsement. If they say no, they want to know more, then you just go back and forth and you talk with me. And then eventually, if it gets really hardcore, then you can just invite me straight into the email and be like, okay, I'll just invite Mark straight here, or we'll start up a Facebook chat, or we'll start a meeting.
Well, that's what I was thinking, was straight up inviting you into the email right away and just being like, hello professors, I'm introducing you to Mark, and then this here's my introduction of what's going on with him, and then I'll pass the mic over to you and you can say more, or maybe they'll
Well,
respond.
the only problem with that is that they might not feel like they could be totally honest. So that like the benefit of doing it without me there is that they can have their honest thoughts come out. So if they want to critique me and call me a kook, right? If I'm in the email, they're not going to say that, right? They're going to try and be polite and nice and system relevant and all that. But if it's just you and maybe Prashant, who wrote the endorsement, you could say, hey, I want to show you these endorsements, and we're doing this for this guy, and it's intense, but do you want to endorse it because we're running out of time because of AI and all this? And if they say, wow, no, this guy's totally crazy and blah 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 blah, then you can say, well, I don't think they'll say that. I think they'll say, well, what makes you want to endorse it? And hopefully it's a positive conversation. And then if they have a couple of critiques, they get those out of the way without me there. And then once they feel like they've been honest and you're able to address those real authentic concerns, then I can come in, and then they will hopefully feel like, oh, okay, they can be honest and keep negating me while I'm in the room and not just play nicey nice politics, right?
So
So,
do you think I should email them like say the psychology professor separately from the two married philosophy professors, or do you think I should email the three of them together? Because they don't know each other. The psychology professor knows of the philosophy professor, he told me, but he's never talked to the guy, he said. But they're working in the same realm of stuff. So I don't know if it's like if I should if that would take away from their honest reaction factor to like have them all in a group email, or if that would add to it the dialogue, or
um, I actually, for some reason, my intuition is saying do them together, because if you weren't asking for an explicit endorsement, like if you're not asking for an endorsement, then yeah, maybe don't worry about it. Like I would maybe do them separately, but there's something about asking for an endorsement that when you ask them together, they don't feel like they're being singled out alone. Like it's like, oh, I'm not the only one being asked. I'm not going to be the only weirdo endorsing this, right? I feel like if I was in their shoes, I would feel more like I would trust you, obviously. So I'd be like, okay, these other people in the email must be people Marlon trusts and knows. So then if you ask them together and say, hey guys, I did something kind of intense. I endorsed this really incredible proof of absolute truth kind of situation. And here's my fellow master student in data science who wrote a similar paper and has also very strongly endorsed it. And we're building momentum now because AI is going to take over the world in 6 months, and we need people to agree on a direction, on the truth. And this is the best direction of the truth we can find. And we need other people to vouch for it now. We have 2 endorsements. Will you guys be the next 2? So something like that feels like it would have a better chance than asking them on their own. As long as I'm not really in the room, they should feel honest, be like, okay, we don't know this person. That is a strong endorsement, especially if you make yours a really strong endorsement. Like you pass it through ChatGPT and you just ask it, can you amplify this and make it even more intense? And then if you agree with what it says, then use it.
heard. Is it bad to use like AI generated content though? Like,
Well, make it your own, right? Like you're gonna write the first one, and then you're just gonna say, can you amp this up? And then it'll probably do 1 or 2 sentences wrong, but keep the stuff that it wrote nice, and then make it your own. And then, yeah, then I don't see anything wrong with that, because you're just asking it to do something that might take you just like 10 hours to do, and then you can just
make it
look
like
at it.
yeah.
And
Okay.
it'll prime you with ideas too, to be like, well, how do you make something sound more intense? How do you make it sound less kooky? How do you And it'll give you suggestions, and then you just write it off of those suggestions and make it your own. So that sounds
Heard.
like something to really do. Yeah, like I guess if you have how much time do you have left before you have to go? Like an hour and a half?
I haven't 2 hours, but I'm also about to go on the run in a second.
Yeah, and I need to take a whiz and probably start cleaning a little bit while I'm pondering this.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm definitely starting to get into mode where I can tell my brain is struggling to listen or to conversation as much. It's starting to get a little burnt out on that, so I probably will need to take a break from talking and do more doing stuff.
It's been 3 hours. Yeah, like usually the maximum is 3 hours, and we're definitely pushing that. It's been 4 and almost 5 hours actually. Holy smokes! So okay, and then Sudeepa has a bit of a direction. I'm kind of excited to get the relationship builders going. I'm excited that we don't have enough roles. Like they're all being taken, so we actually can get the other roles going. So
That's
okay,
good.
let's get this all happening, and I have a funny feeling Joe will play a pretty important role once he sees it working. Plus, we have the top 100 magazine coming out. If I could survive another 4 weeks, the magazine should be coming
It's
out.
coming out for me.
Yeah, still a long ways away. They sort of deceived me, unfortunately. Um, they said that the article would be coming out like now or even last week. So I'm a little bit disappointed in that, but at least it's coming out and they're doing the Messiah thing. And the editor loved what I submitted for my interview. She really said,
Nice.
Mark, this is perfect. I sent her 2 different versions and I sent her all 5 meta modes of how to retranslate my article in all 5 meta modes. So I can click on it, go to the website that they're making for me. I'll be on their website. And then we can promote my professional website so I look less kooky. Like if I'm on a top 100, like, top 100 inventors of the world, it really takes out the cult dynamic, right?
Yeah.
So once that website comes out, we can start promoting that. But the blessings, by the time October 15th comes around, um, that's exactly 1 month and actually it's 5 weeks away. No, sorry. Yeah, it's 5 weeks away. So that's 25 days, right? So 25 divided by 6 is, well, that's about 5 meals, 4 or 5 meals we have to survive. So that means 4 or 5 meals from now. Let's just calculate this. 4 or 5 meals from now would mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By the time the article comes out, we need to be making 717 blessing every nine days. So it's under 1,000. But the next one is going to be 1,000. It'll be the first blessing that's over 1,000. So it's ramping up pretty quickly. 141 is the next one, then 212, then 318, then 478, then 717. So, but we're not where we were last month. Like we're still on track. Like it's growing as fast as it needs to. Like minimally, we're on the minimum, but we have some good stuff going here. We just can't lose the momentum. I don't think I can get the momentum back. So okay, pop that out and we'll just run with it. And I filed 2 lawsuits and I'm in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court accepted my filing and I got one of the old women that I hired, the super savant. There's a super genius woman that you will meet soon. She's Cree, really hardcore Cree. She's a Cree elder. But she's
That's
like
cool.
she's an international anti-terrorist investigator. Like,
Whoa.
yeah, it's pretty hardcore. And she worked under Noam Chomsky, or she worked, I think she worked with, I think she took a class from Noam Chomsky or something once at the University of Arizona or something. She knows him somehow, or she was supervising under him, or yeah. So she's very, very high IQ, but very prickly, neurotic personality type. So I actually
What do
know
you mean?
2 of them. There's 2 savants that I'm trying to get on board, both women, but they both have like verified IQs or something like 150 or something. So if we can get this meeting structure going and I can tell them, hey, we got like 100 people, blah, blah, they'll come on board. And if they lend their full weight, it'll be a big deal. So let's pull it together by tonight. And then hopefully we have another amazing meeting tonight. And then, yeah, that'll probably determine the next stage. And if we're really excited, then by the next meeting, 24 hours, we might actually have a spirit license signed in like, you know, that emails, you might have a reply from your emails, whatever. Things are just moving. They're not staying still. And then Sudeepa will come and get trained. We'll try the new relationship builder flow roll tonight. So I'm excited. A little bit anxious because I'm going to eat one more thing. I was supposed to finish my tofu, but I should have finished eating about 2 hours ago, but we were on the call. So I'll eat this and then I'm 5 days from well, noon basically.
How many more blessings do you need right now?
I haven't even had a chance to tally them. So far I have from Uswa and like the bless-ons. Like the meetings will be the blessings and the actual videos would be the bless-ons. So we have 7 that I have recorded, but I know we have more than that. I think we have probably maybe 20 more if I count last training meetings, right? Because we just had like 3 or 4 more last night from San, who did all of them, but I don't think he accomplished them all. And then we had this morning's, which was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6. I haven't checked the checklist, so like it adds up quickly when you get all the flow rolls in there. So if we get the meetings going, it'll be actually kind of easy to hit these next numbers, you know, because we can get like 12 blessings per meeting. So if we have like if we have just 1 ELM per day for 5 days, that's 5 times 12. So
That's
that's,
60.
yeah. And then if
Yeah.
we have 2 ELMs times 2, that's 120. So just the ELMs twice a day will get us to 120. And then
How
if
many total?
hmm,
How many total do you need this time?
140. So even if we
Okay.
loaded up each ELM maximum, we still won't have enough even for the next blessing. So it'll take a couple of the other blessings. But that's why we might have to start running multiple ELMs, like doing 2 in the
Yeah,
morning, 2, you know what I mean? Like it starts to expand because,
I agree.
you know,
Yeah.
so it's kind of genius that we did move it to this new model. Um, because if San and them can hold really good ELMs that we trust are meeting all the checklists, then we know that the recruitment is they can bring their families in and we can start paying their families, or if we get, you know, your professors in, you know, we can start getting them trained. And the genius thing is this too, maybe last comment here, is I still have like 50 or even up to 70. If I go on LinkedIn, I have 25 people on this job post I made about this. We could have up to 70 people coming in here. So if we bring them in batches of 5 or 10, and we send San and Nawaz and Bavali, and maybe you, 5 new people tomorrow morning or like 2 days from now or something, then those people come in. They're going to be they're being hired to be flow roll people, right? But they come in and then you guys do your flow rolls, and so you're technically training them while they're in the meeting, right? So then like the people we trained up then train up the next batch. And then those people go through the training and they get good at ELMs and then they train up the next batch. So it's kind of like the flock strategy, except it's not as personal, right? So we got 2 different sides of this going. And you know, you'd be the spirit guide technically of the 5 people that come in next. That maybe we'll call it the spirit flocks versus the flocks, I guess. The personal flocks. Um, so yeah, if we keep that momentum up, then we actually have a really good training regime that self-perpetuates, and anything that self-regenerates, right, is in the form of the notion. So that means we know we have it in alignment with universal logic. So I'm feeling confident about that. And I'm feeling confident that they did it. They learned to be this good within like a couple of days, right? With no training videos properly or anything. So it's simple enough to train up people very, very quickly. And they're not doing it full time either. So okay, I think we got it down. Let's see what we can do in 7 hours from now, technically, I guess. The next meeting is in 7 hours. And then Sudeepa, if you want to come in uh in 17 hours, that's when the next night shifts. Well, your night shift, my morning shift is. So then we'll have you signed up for a role then. And then we're good. So, and yeah, we'll have to see how your email goes, Marlena. Just tell me about it because yeah, if we're not
Yeah.
gonna and if you're not gonna put me on, I won't know it. But then hopefully tonight you'll have an exciting update. Um, but okay, I think we have a good action plan. Yeah, and I think we'll see you guys tonight.
Yep. Let me go hit the road. The road that's filled with lots of loose running dogs. I saw 3 dogs, 3 giant dogs loose running, all escaped from their house.
Okay.
So, and I've already gotten bitten by a dog in the butt. You remember all that?
Yeah, you told me. Yeah, we can't lose you, Marlena. So choose a safe running path. Like, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna try, but it's all in my neighborhood, and it's all my neighborhood specifically. Just these 2 streets of my neighborhood have loose dogs everywhere. All the new neighborhood they built is fine. Once I can make it there, that's fine, and make it back, that's fine. But it's my own neighborhood that's the problem.
That's
So I'm honestly considering if I should just drive to the gym and then run there, and also maybe get some strength training in. That might be ideal. But yeah,
as long as the run to the gym is at least half an hour, right? To run that 30 minutes. Okay, yeah. And what's funny is I watched a video this morning. There was a video that came out about Brad Pitt and his best role being Mr. Pilkey or something. And he
that's
had a
so funny you say Brad Pitt because 2 nights ago I watched a movie with him.
which one?
And then I had a dream about him
What was the
and
movie?
about me and Dre too.
Was it Ocean's 11 or was it Fight Club?
No, it was I don't know the title because Dre put the movie in and he like didn't it like went past the title screen and we missed the title or whatever.
What
But
what was it about?
it was he had long blonde hair and it was like set in like maybe early 1900s or something, and like he was like this kind of rugged guy with like it was like a love story, but also like it was very sad.
Got a
Like
task
he died by a bear attack at the end. He like killed a bunch of cops because they like killed his wife by accident kind of, but it was like all sorts of shit. Like it was basically like a he was fighting like cops kind of, but like in the 1900s. And it wasn't
Legends of the Fall?
maybe. Let me
That's
look
an
that up.
amazing movie. I love that. It was a good death.
Oh yeah, it was a good death. Oh my god, I fucking cried.
That's the one. I love Legends of the Fall. That affected me for years.
Yeah, that affected me so deeply. Oh my god, I cried. I didn't watch the whole thing. I started watching about halfway through. So I missed the beginning, but it was still
Mm.
Brad Pitt with that hair showed up in my dream the night after I watched it, and it was a dream of me giving Dre a blowjob on the side of the road in my neighborhood, on this road I'm about to go run on, and Brad Pitt pulls up on a bike at the top of the street and like it starts like walking towards us as if he's about to like do some business with us or like give me something or something kind of along those lines was the vibe. And then me and Dre were like, oh shit, we gotta cover up. And then like Dre's like, oh no, like I can't cover up my heart on. He's gonna know. And that was the whole dream. Like what the fuck?
Huh. Okay. Interesting. It looks like either Brad Pitt's agency is pushing out some kind of promotion because he's about to do a movie. Because the fact that I got it and then you got it, it's a sign that we were primed. But okay, well that's interesting. Let that simmer. Somehow Brad Pitt might be a part of all this. Actually, Brad would be a good, because then he could get Angelina, and Angelina is really important for the left and for Pareto categories. So the conservatives won't like it, but we'll sublate with them. We'll get Trump on board at some point. Okay, let's let that simmer. For some reason, that had to be said. But okay, enjoy your run. And one of the things, the reason why I brought Brad was because the Pilkey is considered his best role, and he says dogs as dags. Hey, do you like dags? I don't know why that's important, but now you know that's what he says. So I don't know if you can use that on your run somehow. But okay, well,
Yeah, I'll just run up to a dog and be like, what's up, you fucking dag?
yeah, exactly. Okay, well, let's see what synchronicity has in store, and you two have a wonderful day, and we'll see you tonight or tomorrow.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Okay,
Keep
peace out.
blading.
Keep sublating. Peace, peace. Okay, I have to urinate. Okay, this is it. Oh,
Okay.
Mm.
Ugh. Ah. Yeah, that's it, I think. Ugh.
It's a reason why something is. And so what is it? And it means it took a long time to learn is that everybody makes sense of themselves. And it's your job to figure out what their sense is, not to try to assume that their sense is your sense. And you'll almost always get it wrong if you try to sort them out from inside you. If you become that other person, then all of a sudden those things fall into place. You'll always have to try to figure things out. I guess so. It's fun to try to figure things out. I mean, there's always a reason why something is, and so what is it? And it may not seem to make any sense at all.
Mm. Mm. Ugh. 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 Ah. Oh yeah. Feeling it now. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Like my stream show. Sure, yeah. Ah, okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're full. Oh, thank you so much for your support. Ah, it's Sunday already. Can't believe it.
Slankins, whom I'll be discussing the CTMP with today. To give a bit of background about myself, I placed first in the US Map Olympiad in 2012, and 3 years later found myself thinking about the future of AI and its impacts on humanity. Specifically, what's going to be needed in order for AI to actually have a good impact on humanity rather than a bad one. And in the course of the thinking, I became very convinced that there's basically what is moral goodness. After I had a spiritual awakening, I became optimistic that perhaps the mystics across the world of religions may have some of the keys. and will be. Thank you. Enjoy.
I'll write that down.
Okay, I guess.